Well, it seems Destiny 2 has moved from the final shape to the final state. And I will not apologize for that joke. I actually wanted to call this stream and the video that, Destiny 2, the final state. But I decided just to call the latest expansion chapter thing, whatever you want to call it, a disaster. Poor reception on Steam numbers is just sort of the beginning of what feels like the end for Destiny 2. Many of us speculated in the lead up to this new content model that we were essentially looking at end of life, like they were going to have to basically put the game on fumes and shift to something else. Now, I've got a video where I argue Destiny 3 is basically inevitable at this point. They're going to have to seek funding from PlayStation, restructure the company, get the bad leadership out. If people want to leave and don't want to work on Destiny anymore, that's understandable. They've been working on it for a very long time. Maybe you put them in other, PlayStation studios. Maybe ask your existing PlayStation studios, hey, does anybody want to come work on Destiny 3? But the community feedback is mounting and just continuing to pile up. And I've got two very big themes that I'm going to put before you this morning, and I am going to use snippets from other content creators' content. I've got Joker, I've got Astacross, I've got It's Tizzle, and then Geeky Pastimes. And the big themes that are going to come from all these videos, you're going to want to get a timestamp. It'll be about an hour into the show. That's been what we've been doing, kind of open up the show with about an hour-long discussion, and then I'll kind of go through whatever it is that I've found or want to react to. We reacted to Phantom Blade Zero gameplay yesterday, and it was a really good time. But the two big themes that are coming out is that gunplay is taking a back seat, and the game is being far too fully designed around retention, making things absurdly grindy, making things feel futile and pointless, and almost as if you're just eternally on a hamster wheel, which arguably you always kind of have been, but it seems that that veil is just kind of coming off, and they're just going for design elements that are just intended to keep you in the game and to make things take a really long time. And they're just also doing things which makes the gunplay not as preeminent or prominent with, goofy gimmicks and things of that nature. So if you haven't played Destiny in a while, some of us were forced out unjustly, but maybe you took a break, maybe you are sort of over it, maybe you've got franchise fatigue. These are all completely legitimate reasons, to take a break from a game, but it does seem that interest is waning and will likely not recover. So when you have such a small number of people basically tune in, buy, or play your game, they went from 300,000 player peaks when new content would come out on Steam. They'd hit like 300,000 player peaks to about 100,000. So that's not good. That means roughly 200,000 people down on your launch date, just not interested, just sort of over it, moved on. And I know that's just PC, and many might say, well, there's a larger audience on console, so, maybe the game is doing just fine. I just severely doubt that, especially considering everything we're going to walk through with all of the different pieces of feedback that they're getting on the game. And I'm going to basically argue in sort of the second part of the video, after we kind of react to everything that's being said, I'm going to essentially argue that they're going to have to make a pretty drastic decision going forward. It's probably going to include more layoffs, which is incredibly unfortunate. The talent at the studio is not the issue here. It's bad leadership, bad direction. They should have known this was going to need to happen at some point. It seems that they did know they were going to have to walk away from Destiny at some point. Pete Parsons, when he addressed the public about the layoffs, and essentially owned the fact that under his leadership, the company had been running into the red. Their instinct, I think, was right to say, well, we should spin up these other incubation projects. We should start to give ourselves some exit roads out of needing to rely so heavily on Destiny. Well, in the process of doing that, Destiny was getting less focus, and it starts to get less interest from the consumer. That's just the natural way of things. And their next big thing that seemingly is even the closest to being ready to come out has been a disaster as well. Stolen artwork, essentially showcasing an alpha, thinking that because you're the makers of Destiny and Halo, you can just walk out with a brand new game and people are just going to fawn all over it, when it was derivative, non-innovative, nothing really truly original about Marathon. And now, now it seems like Marathon's just going to, I would think, coast out of existence. I mean, that was my prediction, is that they'll delay it, which they did, and then it'll just sort of disappear into the ether, as many people probably feel like it's just not worth trying or spending any time on. I don't think the number of changes that game's needing is going to be enough to get it back on course. So again, there'll be a timestamp below if you want to see me sort of react to a lot of these gentlemen and their content. I won't be reacting to their entire videos, just like snippets to highlight what everybody is saying about these particular issues. So I'm going to give you some of those issues now. You know, Joker calling Matterspark one of the worst mistakes since sunsetting. Astrocross talking about difficulty and enemy sponginess. Also the cheating in the raid. It's Tizzle was essentially combing over everything everybody was saying on Twitter and said that this is essentially now a game where retention is prized over fun. I think this is the crux of all the game's problems in basically everything they're doing right now. Geeky Pastimes basically says that the game is now a treadmill. We'll look at some of their argumentation and kind of react to it, because gunplay taking a back seat and retention being one of the primary drivers of your game design is something that I was always critical of when I played and covered Destiny. You can't put people into sort of hamster wheel treadmill environments unless they can sort of shut their brain off and not realize that that is happening. I think that's becoming harder and harder for the community. It's like you're seeing behind the curtain. It's like, well, this isn't scary anymore, right? Like, this isn't fun anymore. This isn't interesting anymore. Once you see behind that curtain, it sort of breaks the illusion, and then all you see are sort of the mechanics of the game. So I'm interested in what you guys think. If you're watching this later, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. You can also watch me on YouTube or the Purple platform. You can watch me in both places. And if you enjoy the content that much, make sure you're hitting subscribe on YouTube. Make sure you hit the like button. We do a daily talk show like this Monday through Friday, where I sort of open the show and then we just sort of dialogue about it. And if you're watching on Purple, check all your things. And Han shot first, and so did you. First gifted member of the day coming in from Mr. Joker Quinn. And we're going to reset the battle today between the two platforms. You guys went crazy. We are trying to double the goal this week as a send-off. I'll be out of town next week, but if we double that goal and hit 1,000 on the week, we will do a Saturday stream. We'll do some, Mario Kart community games. It's looking like I'll even be able to start earlier and maybe stream longer if you guys do unlock that Saturday stream. I typically do not stream on Saturdays, but it's a great way to send off, give you guys more content before I leave for a week, and then we get a bunch of members. So then when I come back, their memberships have not expired. They all have like brand new memberships. It's a great way to do a bit of a send-off when you take a week off. Edge of Fate is not a disaster. So what in your mind makes it not a disaster? The only thing I'm really seeing praised is the story. I've watched countless videos and countless breakdowns on the Edge of Fate, from the biggest fans to, people that haven't really been playing in a while. And I mean, the only thing I'm seeing praise for is the story. People are saying the story's amazing. The story's fantastic. Is this because you can't play it? I've not played it in 4 years. You think that's dictating why I'm covering this today? You think that's what is making me decide to do this stream? Haven't touched the game for 4 years. We've covered it here and there. I've covered Marathon. I cover pretty much anything that's going on that I think is worthy of coverage and significance. And I think Destiny as a topic is one of the more interesting topics within live service. Best raid ever released and hardest. Player numbers are in a shambles. Player response is terrible. Core of the gameplay sounds awful. A raid being anecdotally praised by you and being the hardest. Yeah, 70% of the people that completed it within the first, whatever it was, 24, 48 hours, were cheating. A lot of people have actually been critical of the raid. Release numbers were 750,000 daily. Yesterday was 650, so the majority are still playing of those who potentially bought it. That seems counter to the Steam numbers, unless the console users are carrying the game at this point. People don't like change, which would be, I think, disastrous for the game at this point. How can a game in its 11th year of existence basically not be able to change things without upsetting the core, right? Raid was top tier. Raids typically engage with by the smallest percentage of the user base. So I would say even if you think the raid is top tier or well designed, I mean, historically speaking, the raids and the dungeons were some of their best content. That's not going to carry the content forward. That's not going to carry the game forward. I would imagine the game is heading towards end of life. You're not going to have enough people playing and buying. When your Steam user base drops that dramatically, I mean, even if you're saying, you know, oh, there's 750,000 daily, you're probably using Charlemagne, I'm assuming, to get that number. That kind of a hit on Steam commercially for a company this size is significant. You're not going to see like a resurgence of the game or a return to form when you're losing that many people. It tends to spiral down from there. You also have people talking about the treadmill nature of the game now with the way that light level works. You're talking about how, like, well, retention's being prized over fun. You're talking about difficulty and sponginess, cheating in the raid, the matter spark. People don't like that. People don't like the portal. I mean, these are the types of things that lead to people just going away. They're like, well, I don't want to play this game anymore. It's a shell of what it once was. Or, as what Geeky Pastime says, they just took the mask off. It's like, well, they're not even trying to hide the grind anymore. The game is just literally about that. So, I mean, when you reach that point, I think what tends to happen is you're going to have people say, well, I'm either going to take a break or I'm going to skip this one, and then they're less likely to come back. Well, then their friends are less likely to come back because we all know this is a social game. Like, if you don't have anybody to play with, or your buddies that you typically play with are not playing, that's going to drive you away as well. The raid was good, contest was terrible, story's good, locations met, and the new systems repeat the same issues as Beyond Light, just tired. We don't even know what kind of bandwidth they have on the game now as well. Like, have they shifted people to Marathon? Because Marathon's in a bit of its own crisis with its delay and the significant problems that they're going to have there with, like, trying to, I guess, reinvent the game. Thank you, Michael, with 15 months on a Member Plus. Let me add you to the count here. When you guys are at Member Plus, you get to add to the total. Check your primes over there on purple as well. Check your renewals. It adds to what we're doing here. A lot of folks got tired of the roller coaster and jumped off out of the final shape. Like, for a game that was already having waning interest, to have such a marked drop of interest on PC, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that to me is like, this is disastrous, because now you're going to see a continued drop in revenue and drop in money, and they were already facing that. Like, the last time they faced drop in interest, drop in revenue, they were like laying people off because they're like, we don't have enough people pre-ordering, basically. You guys on YouTube, make sure you're doing your ritual of coming in and smashing the like button. Fair play to those who are still enjoying the game. Nothing I've seen has tempted me to go back. Don't forget, they also had layoffs, so the workforce is definitely smaller. Yeah, I mean, there was like 200 and some odd people absorbed by SIE. So you've obviously got that situation where you've got incubation projects that were absorbed by a brand new studio under PlayStation. It was LFG, I think, is the name of the studio. That's all people now not at the company, not working on anything. So it's not like, okay, let's end the incubation progress and all these projects, and let's bring everybody back in, circle the wagons, and invest in Destiny. They still, okay, so think of it this way. This is how I would say it. What put them in a position where people continued to feel like the game wasn't in a great spot, and they thought, well, the game just is, losing its way, was when you shifted a bunch of people to incubation projects. Well, instead of shifting those people back to Destiny, many of those people have been laid off, absorbed by SIE, or shifted over to a new studio. That would mean that Bungie is still operating Destiny with less bandwidth than they previously needed. You also have however many people are working on Marathon. Whoever gives the player counts, which sites are the data from? I don't know. It was just somebody in chat saying that 750,000 daily. Yesterday was 650. They're saying the majority are still playing. I don't know in the grand scheme of things where that makes it land. I mean, it looks like it's got less players than the frickin' rematch soccer game in UFC 5 on whatever. Is that Xbox? As far as player counts go, Paul? Yeah, I mean, if it's that low on Xbox, I mean, I think the bulk of the player base was always on PlayStation, so I don't know if we can get an accurate read there. But it's really low on Xbox. And it dropped significantly on Steam. So I have a very hard time believing the claim that, like, the majority of the player base is still playing. Steam numbers are concurrent in 3-hour snapshots with daily peak. The other numbers are unique daily logins. It's roughly 40% PlayStation, 30% Xbox, 30% PC. Charlemagne. Okay, well then there is absolutely no way you can claim that the majority are still playing when all of the previous major installments of content had Steam hitting 300,000 concurrents. That means the day the new content comes out, those are the people jumping in. They want to be there at the first moment. They had 1/3 of that for this content. You can't convince me that means that people just waited or the same number of people are playing, they just didn't play day one. If 30% of your player base is on Steam and 1/3 of the peak of all previous big content drops logged in to play Edge of Fate, that's a disastrous drop-off. That is a huge number of people. There was also reports before Edge of Fate came out that looked very worrying about the pre-order numbers being significantly lower than they had ever been before, and they were using the emblems. 30% of the player base also isn't on Steam. I'm not sure what you mean. Isn't on Steam? What are you talking about? Are you talking about Xbox and PlayStation, or are you talking about people on PC? Destiny 2 Steam charts. Let's just look at this here. Look at what I'm trying to communicate here. All right, let me zoom in on this. I don't think people necessarily understand how these big jumps here are new content. One of those pieces of new content was just did last year in May. Just a year ago, hitting 314,000. So if you want to act like, well, not a lot of people play on Steam, you're kidding yourself. Hitting over 300,000 concurrents on Steam is a big deal, and you can see it here. January, almost 300. They have a big bounce back in January of 2023, and then in 2024 in May, another big surge, 300,000. And then when they recently dropped the latest content, their biggest surge in July is 108,000. That is, I don't know how you can look at this chart and act like, well, not a lot of people play on Steam. Maybe not anymore, but traditionally, every year, you would see large numbers for Steam turn out on Destiny 2 for new content. And those people didn't do that this time. So, and if you listen to all the criticism that I'm going to go through from all these videos, I would say you're hitting the player base from all fronts. It's one thing for people to feel like PvP got the short end of the stick, or, raids or dungeons got the short end of the stick, or the PvE. It's like every aspect of the game is being criticized, with the exception of, like, the story, and we've got a guy in chat saying, like, raid is good. I've got the Charlemagne numbers. They're definitely getting carried by console gamers. So it looks like PvE 250, 450 between. It was 250 for PvE and 200 for PvE on Xbox. So PlayStation, Xbox, like 450,000 for the previous days. There's 86,000 playing right now concurrent. That goes up around 130,000 when America. Okay, here's the difficulty with what you're doing. You're looking at the numbers in a vacuum. You need to look at the numbers in comparison to where they were. I really want you to consider that. They were in a position where they felt like they had to lay people off because interest had dropped so much. That was at a time where they were having daily player peaks that were higher than the peak for Edge of Fate. Like, look at some of these player peaks back here. 187,000, 177,000, 154,000. This is just one platform, mind you. It was during this time, 2022 and 2023, that they were sensing a lack of interest in their game to the degree that they needed to do layoffs, okay? So just put that on the table and let that sit there for a second. That at a time when they were getting over 100,000 concurrents, just on a daily or a seasonal or whatever, look at these spikes, they were getting waning interest in the game to the point that they felt like, this is financially dire for us. This could be very bad. Now I want you to look from this point here to May. Let me zoom it out a little bit because my camera's in the way. From this point here to May, boom, it drops. They're never hitting those 100,000 peaks anymore. And then when they drop a big piece of new content, they don't even match some of the previous spikes of the year, where like 145,000 people in August, 192,000 here, 103,000 here in November. They're basically lower than the peaks during a time where interest in the game was dropping so much they thought this is financially dire. What do you think they're saying internally right now when 1/3 of the player base plays on PC, and that's the interest level just going down? This is the normal course of things. I'm not doomsdaying. This is totally normal for a game after 11 years to feel this level of decline. But I would hazard a guess that Edge of Fate has pushed everything into overdrive. Yo, it's good, Parasito. I followed the numbers for a decade. You're picking out peaks, and I get that, but it's meaningless in the context that we don't know what Bungie expected, what Sony expected. No, Audie, listen to what I'm saying. At a time on Steam where those numbers looked incredibly healthy compared to now, there were a lot more people logging in and playing on Steam. And Steam's not a barometer of the entire community, but it's a pretty good indicator of what people were doing. In 2022 and 2023, that slice of time, they were seeing a waning interest in the game that provoked layoffs. If you look now, from their last big player peak of 300,000 to now on Steam, interest is just going very, very rapidly down to the point that Edge of Fate comes out, 100,000 player peak on Steam, a third of what they typically got for previous big drops of content. Now, console can help slow the bleeding a little bit as far as player loss. If we're going to think about player loss as bleeding, console can help slow that down because the console platforms, especially PlayStation, has always been the bulk of the players. It has always been the larger piece of the pie. But Steam is still a barometer of how people are responding to the content and how people are feeling about the game. There's also a lot of people who play on Steam who probably play with their friends who are on console. So you're going to have that ripple effect within the network of the game itself. You will have people say, well, my friends aren't playing anymore. Like, there's less reason for me to play. What I'm painting a picture for you is this is the beginning of the exodus. Like, this is when you're going to start to see the numbers rapidly go down across all of the platforms in the coming months. And I wouldn't even be surprised if right now Bungie's having to assess more layoffs because I doubt they got the response to this that they needed. They are an enormous company, and they are very financially dependent on Destiny 2. I despise Bungie to the core. I was just saying that of the 750,000 daily players on Edge release day, there's still 650,000 daily. It's still far more interesting picture per month when people hit the point where the grind, they're all there is. Well, all there is to grind, right. Well, here's the thing that I'm trying to communicate. As far as I can tell, this is a very quick drop from where they were with previous content, especially on that day one. And we all know that the opening 48 hours of a piece of content like this is going to be like everything's going to come down from there. We all know this, right? We know the player base numbers within the first 48 to 72 hours are going to be like the highest they'll be the entire time, and then they'll come down from that. Meaning the Steam user base is likely for the foreseeable future and all future content is just going to get lower and lower and lower. That's just the natural course of live service games. That's the natural course of concurrent player averages. They just tend to start going down, especially when you have such a drop that they just had. I would imagine you'll see this evidenced on the consoles as well at a slower rate. What this means is financial disaster for Bungie because they don't have anything else bringing money in. Unless they can start getting some type of a pretty big royalty kick from this Destiny Rising mobile game, and it starts to put things in a better place for them. But I don't know how the finances of that works because I don't even think that's something that they necessarily developed. Didn't another developer do Destiny Rising? I've not really looked into it because it's a mobile game. But if they're getting some type of kickback from that to basically make up for the loss, I could see that helping because Destiny Rising is like very, very close, isn't it? I've seen some advertisements for it. They sold the rights. I wonder what kind of a royalty share they get on that. I'm assuming they have some kind of a royalty share. So if Destiny Rising starts making really, really good money, it could help protect them from a financial perspective from just complete and utter disaster. August 28th for Destiny Rising. Okay, so like a month. It's like a month away. From where I sit, when you have a company this size experiencing this level of drop, imagine any other live service game seeing that level of drop on just one of the platforms. Like every time new content comes out, 300,000, 300,000, 300,000, and then boom, 100,000. That means between the last 300,000 peak and now, a lot of people on PC have just kind of noped out and been like, I'm done. We got a bunch of them here. A bunch of them said this yesterday when we were asking. I did a poll on the channel. Not that my poll is an indicator of anything major, but I was just kind of curious. You know, are people currently playing Destiny 2 Edge of Fate? And out of 1,000 votes, 80% said no. Now, we don't have a large Destiny community here anymore. When you behave in the way that they behaved for the last 5 years, and you target somebody in the way that they targeted me, it's not surprising that we don't have a very large Destiny community, in our Discord and on my YouTube channel. But still, there were a lot of people here that came from that game and came from that community and continued to play. Destiny Rising is a NetEase. Yeah, people in chat are saying it's like, it's NetEase, it's a Chinese company or whatever. So there's likely some sort of a royalty split there where Bungie will be getting money from that game. But again, I just keep going back to the fact of when their numbers looked pretty good on Steam, they were internally in like a panic. They were operating in the red. The interest had dropped so much and the Steam numbers looked really good. The Steam numbers now look pretty bad, look pretty bleak. So what do you think they're saying internally? Just think about the operating costs of a company this size. And you have 30% of your audience on Steam express a significant decline in interest. Significant decline. So just think about the money that comes in and just think about 30% of that pie just shrunk dramatically. I mean, that's like riding a roller coaster. That'll make your stomach turn on you. It's like, oh gosh, what happened? That's a lot of people. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of daily logins. That's a lot of, potential microtransactions. Putting the @ symbol before names. Are you having trouble with something, Jack Garland? You said that's distracting. I dropped Destiny after the final shape. Just too many good games are out to play. I think Destiny as a franchise, is facing pretty unique challenges. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet on YouTube, do me a quick favor and do that. In about 30 minutes, we're going to take a look at a bunch of footage, clips, and commentary from content creators. I went and watched a bunch of videos, and I gathered a bunch of clips They changed the way that names look in the chat. Yeah, they just rolled out a couple of things. Chat is displaying @ before all the names in chat. Maybe it looks different on your end. Yeah, I see it. Oh, literally next to your name. Oh, that's ugly. Why would they do that? Are they trying to make it easier to @ people? Yeah, I think they're trying to make it easier to @ people. I think they want the chat functionality to be easier for you to type at and then a person's username. Maybe that's why they're doing that. Yeah. Sorry, that is a little ugly, but if it makes chat function better, that's a good thing. YouTube's chat has been notoriously pretty bad in the live environment, so. Wait, it's not even showing your usernames anymore, because it's showing Acts of Eugene 2153. It's not showing his handle. I wonder if you guys need to toggle a setting somewhere that says you would prefer it to show your handle instead of your username in chat. It's not that it's just showing the @ symbol. It's literally showing your base usernames as opposed to your handles now. They must have rolled out some kind of a change. They must have, because look, it says Fuzzy Muffin 1 instead of just I think your name was like just Fuzzy or something like that. Hang on, what are you guys saying over here? 100% a reason that I dropped. Here's a new expansion with 0 new content. Hope you like playing the same missions you have for the past 10 years. Well, and this was something that we always ran into when I covered the game. When I covered Destiny exclusively for 5 years, this was from end of 2015 into 2020, I basically consistently had issues with the way that they handled new content. And I would always say leveling isn't content. And I always thought, one of the best ways to level should be the new content, but because they wanted to pad things out, they would have you grinding old content. And honestly, a lot of the times it was in very stupid ways. One of my least favorite times in Destiny was always new content launches. The window from that time to the raid is the absolute worst time to be a Destiny player if you want to raid. Because you had to play in such boneheaded, stupid ways, and there was always some kind of an exploit or a cheese or something. Like, you had guys like Grenader Jake. Jake was always good at this. He would find like the absolute best way to level quickly, and then that would kind of ripple out through the community. Jake and others. He wasn't the only one, but he's one of the few people I don't mind saying his name out loud. Because Jake's always been a nice guy. And so he was one of the guys that was always in there day one, and I was always miserable because my mind was not like geared that way. I was always feeling like I got to play for 16 hours a day. I don't understand how all this frickin' works. Oh, I got boots and I didn't need boots. I needed a helmet or whatever would happen to you as you were trying to level. I always wanted slot leveling. I don't know if they've ever instituted anything in the game like slot leveling. Did you find it, Fuzzy? It looks like, Fuzzy, were you able to change it? Fuzzy Muffin, my community, pronouns, description, privacy, channel URL. It doesn't look like you can, yeah, it's weird. Yo, what's good, Ginger? The best way to power grind in the 4 days from launch to day 1 was to run the same exotic mission for hours on end. You'd get a +1 drop. That's it. It's terrible. It still shows my chosen name, but it's displaying my account in the chat. They must have rolled something out that broke handles. I'm sure they'll fix it. They also rolled something out on YouTube where you can go to like youtube.com/reforgegaming/live, and it'll just bring you to my live tab or my active live stream. It's actually really cool that they did that. Worst thing is there's no significant new content stream where you can grind for power. It's literally 98% old stuff. Admittedly, they went in and made some tweak updates to the content, but it still feels the same. This was a problem that the game always had when I played it, and that was, what do you do with all the content? Because you're torn. If you remove the content, people get very angry. If the content's not relevant, people get really angry. If you make the content relevant and necessary for certain aspects of the new DLC or season or whatever, people get really angry. It's like you can't win. Don't take the content away, but don't you dare make me run it and play it either. Kat says fixed mine. How did you fix yours though, Kat? Looks like you changed your entire account name. We must have had a pretty significant blip there because we spiked way up in viewership and then right back down again. I'm sorry if there was something weird happening on YouTube. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button. That definitely helps when the platform's acting kind of funny. So try to get us to 200 likes, guys. I appreciate the strong turnout. If you're watching on both platforms, those of you that have primes or subs that you like to do on Purple, you'll never see any of those disruptive things that pop up in the middle of streams. You'll never see that on Purple if you are a sub over there. Over here on YouTube, if you guys decide to do a membership, just make sure you pick Member Plus. I do this full time. Many of you know I had a big reset button pushed on my career about 5 years ago. The only reason I'm able to do this is because we have a very, very vibrant and supporting community of people who both gift members and pay for members. That is quite literally how I do this full time. We are still very much in a rebuilding phase. That's the data you need for Edge of Fates versus Final Shapes release. Yeah, okay, here we go. This is helpful stuff. Thank you, Paul. So Paul is helping me with the picture here, okay? Let me paint you a picture. Okay? So you'll notice we have here an Angry Pete gifts a member. Thank you so much over here on YouTube. Gets us to 419. Also, every 50 members now, I give 5. So if Team Purple hits the milestone or Team Red hits the milestone, I end up owing you guys some members. So thank you, Angry Pete. All right? Picture time. How do I switch tabs? Control tab. Okay, I want to go full screen here. There we go. Okay. So, you'll notice the timestamp is 1 year ago. Okay? Population of the game. This is for the previous big piece of content. Okay? So this is Final Shape. This is pretty good, isn't it? Looks pretty nice. 1.7 million. All right? And then half. Less than half. 746,000 overall. So you tell me the player base is still healthy and doing well. That's less than half. That's why I chose the word disaster. This is a disaster, boys. This is massive fall off of player engagement and player interest. I really cannot stress less than half. That is enormous as a drop. That's huge. This is not me being doomsday sky is falling. This is basic math. Like, thank you for another one there. Angry Pete bumps a line to 420. Nice. You guys are going to hit 500 mid-week. That's incredible. We usually hit 500 by end of week. Hilly says, this is a divorce level problem. Half the crap is gone. Let's overtune everything, see what works. Hang on, the chat moved on me. Let's overtune everything, see what works. Then we can slam quality of life updates and Star Wars themed expansions come Christmas time. Big Cheesy One says, do you think Edge of Fate is a way of convincing D2 players that power reset and using new gear only is the gateway drug to realizing that Marathon is the way to go? Play Marathon, same progression? I can't see that's the goal. And that's Pathalon Phoenix. And Pathalon Phoenix with the 20 bomb gets us within 10 of the next milestone. YouTube's popping off over here. We'll see if Purple has an answer. It's 23-0. Purple, where are you at? What's going on here? You're letting this man come in here and set the stage. A 10 bomb could steal it right now. Got my whole name out there. It's your YouTube username. They changed something that your handle is no longer showing and your YouTube username, like your account name, is showing. I don't know what they're doing. And thank you, Clone War, with a 10 bomb. YouTube secures it. I now owe YouTube 5 members. And we are exactly 50 away from hitting the goal of the week in the middle of the week. Now, there is a really cool VR game that if we hit stretch, Madam and I will play Friday night. I do Friday night streams with my wife. It's one where she'll be on her phone and I'll be on my VR. I'll have to probably plug my MetaQuest 3 into my computer and figure all that out, but it looks hysterical. I forget the name of it. AOZ's like, my name is fine. Right. Yeah, okay, so I don't want to use Steam Paris, but this is helpful as well. Like, Paris is showing the player numbers on Steam. I think the player numbers on Steam represent what we just looked at with Charlemagne. You see? Boom, boom, boom. You can see these big peaks, and then you're all the way down here. As I said, Steam is a barometer of what's going on. This right here is the final shape. 1.7 million players. This is Edge of Fate. 750,000. Now, if this was 1.4, this would be exactly half. This is more than a reduction of 50% in the player pool. This is less than half of what logged in on the launch date of the final shape. Because half of this, 1.7 would be like 850,000. And they don't even have that. They don't even have half of the players logging in when the brand new content dropped. That is a severe problem. If you guys are watching on YouTube, by the way, man, strong turnout. I know you guys like seeing me dunk on Destiny for a lot of reasons. And go ahead and hit the like button if you haven't already. Try to get us to 200 likes. That really helps out the video. Supposing I'll see how my name shows up here, I guess. Hit the like button. There you go, Sci-Fire Man. There you go. It's just going to show your account name on YouTube. The Zivik says, people complain because Destiny could be so much better. They spend an entire year or saga refining and fixing things, and then we get a new director, and they gut everything for a new vision. Do you guys want my wild, harebrained opinion on the Portal and other aspects of the game and what it might be an indicator of? This is just a gut feeling thing. But what does the Portal look like to you when you look at it? Where do you feel like you've seen menus like that before? Destiny 3? No. I could be complete. There it is. Quarterfish said it. The Portal looks like a mobile game. Doesn't it? It looks like a mobile game. Significant aspects of the game now. The color schemes, the way things are popping up on the screen, the way that you use that thing where you add, challenges to everything. It all looks like a mobile game. And I don't know if that's intentional or if that's just them trying to appeal to an audience that'll be like, I don't know, maybe feeling like that's more in their way of gaming or interacting with things. But it all looks very mobile-ified lately. Like if you look at some of the color schemes especially, it very much screams mobile game. It's like, this seems like one of those games that I see all the time. Oh, careful. You know how they feel on over-delivery. I mean, they don't... The way you have to use the Portal is monkey press the glowing button. Destiny 1, now on anything with a screen, sponsored by Phil Spencer. Victor says, I won't lie, I do agree that the fan base is 50-50 on the changes. I'm on the side that enjoys the new changes, but they need fine-tuning. They need to forget about Marathon and start making Destiny 3, though, for sure. Well, we're going to react to some videos here in about 15 minutes. I've got videos from Astacross. I've got videos from Joker. Just little clips from their content that I think really get at the heart of what's going on with this game. The two main takeaways that I felt looking at the content and the feedback is they are now prizing retention over everything. Just over everything. And gunplay is taking a back seat whenever they do something new. Like, they didn't do something new and fun with the gunplay. They did something new and weird. Joker's the Destiny hater. Love that man. Somebody just needs to tell him that it's pronounced antithetical and not antithetical. And I know I'm the last person to correct people on pronunciations. I mess up pronunciations all the time. But somebody let that man know, okay? Let him know. It's pronounced antithetical, not antithetical. Anyway, I watched a Force Gaming video this morning, and he kept calling Aloy alloy. I was like, oh, Force, it's adorable. It's like he was covering the lawsuit, and he was like, alloy. He called her alloy like 7 times. I was like, that's that. And I know what you guys feel like now. I know what you feel like when I mispronounce your weird weeb anime names, and you're like, why'd he say Madara? I now know what that feels like. I have an inroad into understanding the pain of being a weeb. When you say sock, I'm not the only person that says sock. JMay81 says every raid and dungeon they've released recently has been awesome. They can't shift away from that. Well, here's the issue though. Raids and dungeons are such a small portion of the community. You are not going to get player-based numbers to surge, or come back because you got really great dungeons and raids. The raid team and the dungeon teams, that's one of the reasons why I've continued to say I think PlayStation wants to step in, retain talent, and get rid of the leadership. I think the reason PlayStation spent the extra $1 billion or whatever it was, you want to know why they did that? They wanted to keep people. They didn't want people leaving. Even when they spoke about like better accountability, like when Hiroki Totoki essentially kind of threw Bungie under the bus in like an earnings call about like accountability and spending and stuff like that, made sure in those statements to talk about how they really value the talent at Bungie. I don't think they like the leadership at Bungie, which I guess that would be that's the question of the hour. Does anybody like the leadership at Bungie? Oh. Does anybody is there anybody that likes the leadership at Bungie? I don't know. Raid still at 11% player completion. Bungie still refuses to add easier modes or explore, says Echo Doctrine. Good to see you, Echo. Yeah, there's a Nintendo Direct tomorrow. We're going to have a busy day tomorrow. We'll do that, and then there's the Battlefield stream. Bungie has leadership. Yeah, 70% of the cheaters in the new raid. Yeah. It was in like the first 100 completions, or not 100 completions, like within the first day or whatever. It makes sense why the UI looks like mobile. They're probably trying to shift to gacha and mobile gaming, especially in the Chinese market. Look at Hoyo, who is one of the largest gacha mobile companies. Like I said, my gut instinct is there are reasons why they have made everything look very mobilified, and it's probably because they've got some sort of a plan. Maybe Destiny Rising's not their only plan here. Maybe Destiny eventually lands on mobile. I don't know. I already saw something for Battlefield 6 that is game-changing. Sniper trails, so people can't just camp 500 meters away and ruin the game. Sniper's going to get clapped. Love it. The thing that annoys me about Bungie is they have been doing Destiny for 10 years, and yet even with the latest release, they're still testing marketing strategies and different things like they're a new game and don't know their community. Lona, if you were running things at Bungie, what changes would you make to save Destiny and Bungie? If I was in charge right now, I would be going hat in hand to PlayStation, and I'd be saying, we need to make Destiny 3. We need a new engine, we need talent, and we need new leadership. Now, I don't know if the leadership would do that, but I would do that. I'd get them the frick out of the building. You get Pete Parsons out of there. Get him out. I spoke to a former employee who gave me a bit of the inside scoop on how they were running a narrative at the company about me, like internally. which it wasn't surprising that when, I got maligned and quote unquote canceled, you had people at that company coming out of the woodwork to talk about me. Gee, I wonder why. Well, this guy said, he indicated to me that the retaliation culture at the company was still well in place, the toxicity was still well in place, and that it all stemmed from the top. Pete Parsons is at the center of a lot of this. He is. And I think that PlayStation would probably like him gone. I had my own theory that I think this is a pretty sound theory about the Christopher Barrett lawsuit. Right? Christopher Barrett is, actually what everybody said I was. He's actually a predator and was fired. He sues, claims it's a wrongful firing. And I think he was betting on Bungie not wanting to go through a discovery process because he knows there's toxicity at the company. There's been wrongdoing at the company. There's been all sorts of bad things that have happened at the company. Well, Sony said, I'm your Huckleberry. They shot right back and exposed Barrett for what he was. You saw his emails. You saw Teams communication, all this stuff. Like, completely legitimate firing, right? Which is hugely ironic. It's funny when there's actual evidence, right? Like, evidence is so inconvenient. In any case, I think in light of that, I think PlayStation would happily go to court and see those things brought to light. I think Sony would be completely okay with that. Yeah, fine, let's go to court. Sure. Drag it all out. Let's go through discovery. Let's see what's really going on at this company. I think PlayStation would be totally okay with that. Because you'd see people get fired, they wouldn't get their final payouts from the acquisition, because that's all supposed to happen in 2026. I remember you mentioning that the engine is what makes gunplay so satisfying and great. Wouldn't getting a new engine affect that? It's very possible, but I also believe that they could get it to feel good in another game. There are plenty of games that feel good with shooting that are not Destiny. They're not in Tiger. So, people don't know what suing someone involves. I think Barrett knew full well what he was doing. He 100%, he even alleged in his case that bad things have been going on at the company. I think that's what he was doing. He was trying to call Bungie's bluff, essentially, like basically call them to the mat. You want to fire me for being a creepy guy, for being a predator? All right, well, there's worse things that have happened at the company. I'm going to sue you, and we're going to go through discovery. I honestly feel like he's like, well, if you're going to burn my life to the ground, I'll just expose everything that you guys did. I think he even probably anticipated that he didn't really have a case, but that they would settle to avoid discovery. I think that's one of the reasons that the Purple platform settled in an instance with a streamer. I think they settled because they didn't want to go through discovery. I think discovery would be very damning. And I think the same thing would happen to Bungie. I think they'd be decimated by a discovery process because of things that have gone on at the company, people that were protected, people that were, they covered stuff up, the HR department and the rest. So that's why I think Sony had no problem firing back, because I don't think they care if it goes to court. Because they've made it very clear they're not a fan of the leadership at that company. Jatoak with 46 months and Member Plus. I took a break during the first episode. Edge of Fate is the first DLC I didn't pre-order. We're at 451. I owe you guys five members over here on YouTube. Let me set the super chat goal. I haven't set the super chat goal yet. Some of you guys prefer to do super chats, and then every 5 super chats, I will gift a member. I still owe you 2 super chat members. I still owe you 2. I was kind of waiting for it to round out. And if you guys have not hit the like button, do me a favor and do that. We only need 11 more likes to hit 200 likes. And in 5 minutes, we're going to take a look at all these clips that I found, all these videos that I found. Parasito says, devil's advocate, the Destiny player base is relatively entitled and they ask for things that end up hurting the game. The old content was re-added and it more or less flopped in terms of sustained engagement. That's an I told you so from years back from me. I told people that would happen. I was like, everybody's complaining about taking this old content out, but nobody's engaging with it anyway. And if they added it back in, you wouldn't engage with it. And boom, 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 boom. Yeah, surprise. You added a bunch of really old content back. Nobody cares. The entire next year of content is centered around things that have already been put out. Star Wars and Rise of Iron Story Reprisal are the only marketing points so far. Bungie is creatively bankrupt at this point, partially because they've got a 15-year story that they've had to slice and dice to stretch to fit its original scope. A $10 super chat from Outsanity. Can you see Bungie doing layoffs over the low pop numbers by Ash Iron Renegades? I think they're already right now probably crunching layoffs, if you want my honest opinion. During a time when they had way more people playing, they did layoffs. The last time they did layoffs, they had a lot more people playing, and it was because internally, interest in the game had hit such low numbers that they were like, yeah, we got to do layoffs. They have even less people playing now. Yo, what's good? Hashtag Abe. We're getting to see people's old usernames on YouTube today. Thank you so much, Abe. That is a VIP for 52 months. Twitch, what are you doing? It's 30-0. You're not even trying today. Check your primes, Purple. Do you believe the ship of Theseus also works for companies? No, I don't. I think Ship of Theseus, in this regard, PlayStation would say, that's a really good mast. Well, that's a really good sail. That's a great rudder. But the lower decks or the upper decks, this has got to go. You got to gut the rotted wood. I mean, let's take the Ship of Theseus to its full extent here. You've got good pieces. You've got really, really solid pieces, but you got rotting wood. And if you don't rip out the rotted wood, well then, what's going to happen? It'll spread. Eventually, you won't have a ship anymore. You'll just have a sinking piece of nothing. Like that, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you get rid of the rotting wood, if you get rid of the bad leadership, then I think the company could be put back on course, because I do. I think they've got institutional knowledge that is spanning, institutional knowledge spanning over a decade just in this game alone. Zenthos with 46 months and a member plus. He says, working and lurking. Thank you guys for all that working and lurking that you do. Make sure you're working and liking as well. I greatly appreciate it. The like count is a huge, huge help on YouTube. And thank you for the strong turnout on both platforms today. Gang says, good morning, everyone. This was the first expansion I have skipped, and I have no interest in going back. I'll be done with D2 for the foreseeable future after 2,000 plus hours. Bogey says, thanks for letting us know. Well, we're talking about it. Bogey. So obviously people are going to say that. By the way, if you guys are watching on Twitch, let all your homies know that we're back, okay? We did a name change. We were originally Say No to Rage. We got the channel back in April, and I had to make it Reforge Gaming TV. Well, we dropped the TV, and when we did that, it, broke a bunch of people's following. People don't know that we're here. I think they either bookmarked or something, the old username. So let your homies know we're back and daily streaming on Purple. Sony is catching the talent. Bungie lets go and putting them into their own studios. I mean, yeah, that's already happening. I mean, that's happening right now. And if you go to youtube.com/reforgegaming/live, it takes you... Oh, it didn't work that time. It only works when it's scheduled? That is so weird. Yeah, that's so weird. Once you're live, it doesn't work. It only works when it's scheduled. That's super bizarre. Here, I owe you guys 5 members over there on YouTube. Every 50 members, I owe you guys 5, and the next milestone's 500. All right, there we go. Okay, we're an hour in. All right, let's do this. This is a new type of content that we've been wanting to do, where people want to see me kind of reacting to what other people are saying into videos and that. We did a reaction yesterday to some gameplay. Today, I've got a bunch of different segments that I want to watch, all right? And I got 4 minutes of Joker talking about the situation, and his section is about how Matterspark is the worst mistake since sunsetting. All right, so let's see what he has to say here, and I'll kind of interact with it.
Yes, it has occurred to me just now that I have been ranting about Matterspark without actually explaining it for the uninitiated. Though if you paid any attention to Destiny Edge of Fate, I can't imagine you don't know what it is. But
you might not know what Matterspark is, right? You might not know that Joker's handsome, because for a long time you couldn't see him, but these are all things you now know. Thank you, Outsanity, for the $10 super chat tip. He says, I wish Luke Smith could tell us what Payback was going to be. Also, shame they couldn't keep their promise of that second studio. I would not be surprised if Payback gets baked into Destiny, by the way. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I'm going to give my PC audio a bit of a boost here. I'm not quite sure why this happens. He seems kind of quiet, so I'm gonna give him a touch of a boost here. All right, take it away.
Because every video is somebody's first, Matterspark is Bungie's thinly veiled attempt to squeeze 7 hours of content out of 3 hours of DLC. I mean, it's the new gimmick of the DLC. However, unlike Stasis, Strand, or Prismatic, things that added to the overall game, whether you liked it or not, this is thankfully quarantined to Kepler. But for all intents and purposes, it is the Strand of the Edge of Fate DLC. And very much like Strand hurt that campaign, Matterspark is hurting this one. When talking about Destiny, there's a clip from Jason Jones that I always come back to.
We are the most cynical people. Like, we are the jaded crowd who, if a game doesn't entertain us in 5 minutes, we stop playing it.
So you'll excuse me if and I mean this really, truly, don't understand how you take all the feedback from Lightfall, which was basically unanimous, saying, hey, this campaign sucked because it was a Strand tutorial, or all the feedback from Beyond Light that said, hey, this campaign kind of sucked because it was a Stasis tutorial, or all the feedback from Shadowkeep that said, hey, this campaign sucked because it was just a bunch of fetch quests. How do you internalize this for one DLC because you realized during the process of making Final Shape that a Prismatic tutorial for the entire DLC would be a bad idea, so you delayed it and you reworked it, allegedly, but then your very next move is, okay team, hear me out. What if we centered the entire next campaign around turning into a ball, you know, like Metroid, except instead of having tight level design or clever puzzles, we just scatter holes and goals across a repetitive map that looks like it's been recycled and slightly repainted from the remains of Tangled Shore and Titan, and then call it a day. Boom!
Okay, I'm curious what you guys think about what he's saying here, because essentially what a lot of people have been saying about the Matterspark is that it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not like a new gun, it's not like a new super, a new ability, something tied to like what Guardians have been doing for the past decade. It's just like sort of like a silly gimmick, right? And to me, from the footage that I've seen, I can't imagine wanting to do it, right? I can't imagine. Sorry, Joker. I'm not trying to pause on a bad face there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get why somebody might feel like this is an enormous mistake, because like this doesn't seem like this was worth the development time. It's just this silly gimmick. I fly around as a ball and I do some mechanical things that, you know, need to be done, and then I'm kind of out of it. And I think this is part of one of the themes that started to come out from all the things that people were talking about. Is it's like you're losing your identity as a game. Like, gunplay is what makes people keep coming back to Destiny. Gunplay and the abilities, I will say, because there were things in the past where I remember doing what was the place in the Dreaming City where you could get the buff and you could like do your supers over and over and over again. What you guys know what I'm talking about, right? The well of something. Oh shoot, it's been blind well. Thank you. You'd go into the blind well and there were these buffs and you would be doing your super like crazy. Like I remember I would do the hunter super with the blades, and I would be wearing something that would recharge my super off of hits. So I would basically just be in the air and I would just be like, super, throw the knives. And I'm a super and throw the knives. So if you're going to add gimmicks, I feel like this is where Destiny shines, when you add gimmicks that are around our powers, our abilities. Yeah, Shards of Galanor. Yes. So I would use Shards of Galanor in the blind well, and I would feel like a god. Now, obviously, it was a bit of a gimmick. You could only do it in the blind well. I wasn't running through strikes doing this. I wasn't running through Nightfalls, raids, dungeons, or whatever using that. Now, you will also remember that they nerfed it. They nerfed shards literally because of that instance. And this is where I think Bungie has always made two mistakes. Number one, when they do a gimmick, it's not something people really ask for, like turning into a ball. Like, ooh, be still my beating heart. I'm so disappointed that I'm banned from the game and can't turn into a ball of light? Like, what? But when something like that happens with Shards of Galanor and the Blind Well, that's a gimmick that leverages our power. They nerf it. So then they get paternalistic. They get almost like nanny developer is what I call it, like a nanny state, like nanny developer. They're like, no, we got to legislate, we got to have rules, we got to restrict, we got to keep people in line, we can't have them playing. That was a major theme that's going to come out in one of the other videos later, is they sort of like, micromanage what the community can do. I remember this happening in Destiny 1 and it being kind of annoying, where I finally got the Suros regime and then they nerfed it because people had been using it. I think it was running amok in PvP back in Destiny 1. The original Suros regime was like the gun that I wanted super, super bad. They literally nerfed it the week that I finally got one. So obviously, I took that and I was very calm and very measured about that. No, I was furious. I made a video about it at the time. Yeah, helicopter parent. Right. By the way, if you guys haven't hit subscribe yet on YouTube, hit subscribe. We stream daily. We do uploads daily. We do all kinds of content here. There's a Nintendo event tomorrow. There's a Battlefield event tomorrow. There's something on Friday. I forget what. We're going to be doing all kinds of coverage for the rest of the week. We don't just cover this, obviously. We very, very rarely cover Destiny and Bungie for obvious reasons. So yeah, it's like no fun Bungie, right? It's like when something like that happens, this is why I feel like they don't really do a great job of sort of incorporating feedback. You get feedback from people that they enjoy things like that. They enjoy having a mechanic in an instance where they're building or like spamming their super, and they basically patch that. They get rid of that. But then they bring out something like what you can turn into a ball. And I think that right there is an indicator of they don't do the best job incorporating that feedback, because what they end up doing is taking away the thing that people are enjoying, and then they add something that nobody wants. You guys remember those commercials? It was a bank, and the bank was really trying to rail against the fine print in the terms of service and how banks try to like take advantage of you with the terms of service. And one of the commercials was, there was a kid playing with a truck. And he's like, yeah, man, really play with that truck. Yeah. And then after like 10 seconds or something like that, he takes the truck away from the kid and he hands him a piece of cardboard. It's like a cardboard cut out of a truck. And the kid's like, hey, what's the deal here? This is a piece of junk. And he's like, oh, but you didn't read the terms of service, and he points to the terms of service. That's what it feels like Bungie has been doing in a lot of these instances, is they take away the really fun thing that people are having fun with, and they give you like a very, very not great thing in replace of it. So instead of giving you something like Blind Well, where you can go kind of buck wild crazy with your supers and your abilities, they're like, here you go. Here's a cardboard truck. Here's turning into a ball. So My timestamp says I wanted to listen to 2 more minutes of what Joker's saying, so let's see what he says.
Playtime padded. Critiques about it being a small DLC for $40 deflected. Innovation achieved. I'm sorry, I cannot for the life of me understand how anyone is enjoying this gameplay loop. Speaking of gameplay loops, Edge of Fate's gameplay loop boils down to 2 things. Find where to turn into a Metroid Morph Ball, then find where you secrete yourself as a Metroid Morph Ball, or find the sad little portal gun, not portal gun. And I say portal gun with the heaviest, most sarcastic air quotes you can imagine. Don't get excited, don't sit up, don't even think about smiling, because this ain't Portal.
Now, if you're part of a control group...
So, if you guys have played Portal 1 or 2, especially Portal 2, they're brilliant games. They really are. They're excellent. And he apparently doesn't think very highly of the portal gun in Destiny. So, thank you. There it is. There it is. The first score on the board for Purple comes from Damn Genius. Thank you so much for renewing for 19 months. Thanks for continuing to support. If you guys supported me back before I lost the channel, now that I've got it back, it does keep track of all of your months.
Kepler 7, this next test may involve trace amounts of time travel. So, word of advice, if you meet yourself on the testing track, don't make eye contact. Lab boys tell me that'll wipe out time entirely, forward and backward. So, do both of yourselves a favor and just let that handsome devil go about his business.
What we get here instead is what happens when you strip away everything that made Portal fun, interesting, or remotely clever, and replace it with the most bare bones, click here, and do what we say, Bungie on Rails experience imaginable. No freedom, no physics trickery, no creative problem solving, just aim here, press button, repeat over and over and over and over and over again. Every mission so far has been the same cannon puzzle, the same ball mechanic, padded out across 4 to 7 nauseating hours, and we're calling this a campaign. I'm 100% convinced. No hesitation, no nuance, none of the usual diplomatic sophistry that I typically engage in to gild the lily before I deliver hard-hitting criticism, that if Matterspark and this rejected Fisher-Price portal gun had been left on the cutting room floor like the half-baked tech demos they are, Edge of Fate would have been a better expansion. But as is, the gameplay loop doesn't challenge your mind, it numbs it. It's not designed to surprise, delight, wow, or entertain. It's designed to add more padding to this DLC. More padding than the push-up bra aisle of a Victoria's Secret. But then again, who didn't see this coming?
So, I'm going to stop it there because he gets onto the padding issue, and that's something that comes out of a lot of the other videos. So, he kind of sets the trajectory for the other pieces of content that I want to take a look at. And the next comes from the oh-so-handsome Astacross. And Cross is going to talk about how there is enemy sponginess and difficulty that he's not a huge fan of. This is only about a minute. And then I'm also going to have Cross talking about the cheating in the raid. Okay? Now, I don't typically like to put people in my content that are this much better looking than me because it makes me feel self-conscious, but we're going to do it. Hang on, I got it muted, sorry.
And it's the difficulty of the expansion, more specifically the sponginess of enemies and bosses, primarily during Mythic Kepler. The reason why I'm on the fence of this is like, I personally just don't like the dial being turned and just having enemies just be like super spongy. If anything, I just rather more add density, you know, shooting the same enemy forever and ever. There's going to be the crowd that says just get a better build. And that's going to be what I try to do this week. It's like, is there a way in which we can dominate Mythic content? I don't know. I don't know if every one of my builds are always going to feel like shit or not, because I have not achieved high enough gear tier, not gear level, but gear tier in order to have the best, most optimal stat distributions and loadouts, you know?
Well, and that's going to touch on some of the things that other people talk about with the grind and the leveling. So somebody's saying he found a better loadout, right? That's obviously always been an issue with when Bungie wants to raise difficulty, is that things tend to get very grindy, very spongy, very slow moving. And then people are like, well, you got to do this build or you got to do that build. Tying this to a grind or a leveling mechanic or things that people already are sort of taking issue with is probably going to compound the issue, right? Yeah, we have no idea why handles are missing, Zuby. I don't know what YouTube did, okay? Also, I don't like blowing up somebody's spot like this, but Cross, you got to fix that little piece of hair hanging down, all right? You're not Clark Kent. We got to fix this. Like a little bit of gel, get a little brush or something. Keep a little brush on your standing desk. You know what I'm saying? Got to keep you looking high and tight, brother. Can't have you out here looking like this, all right? He talks for a little bit more about this.
You know what I mean? I think if there's an emphasis on this is that primary weapons in general just feel bad. There's a reason why people run double special. They just feel bad. In the middle of contest mode, the final encounter, it was more advantageous for me to run around with a glaive and rock double special than it was for me to use a primary, which I mean, like some people be like that's pretty cool. You know, we never used glaives during day one raid encounters. True, but it was just better for me to run around with a glaive and just poke everything to death than ever consider a single primary in my arsenal.
What's interesting is him highlighting this is that's not a I don't think that's a new problem, right? That doesn't feel like a new problem to me. I feel like primaries feeling bad has been an issue in the game for like a really, really long time. Like, and maybe there were times where, like, when I've been away from the game that the primaries felt better, but when he said that, I was like, the frick? I was like, I was playing this game 4 years ago and thought that, right? You know what I mean? Lona, fix your camera. You're turning green with envy. No, I'm not. I mean, what can I say? He's a handsome man. He just, his hair game. I understand. I got a lot going on up here. I got a giant forehead that I try to distract from with even taller hair. So I'm just giving the man a little bit of advice. That's all. All right, so the other thing Cross talked about
Right here
was cheating in the raid. And this one's wild. So if you guys are unaware, there were a lot of cheaters in the raid, right? There are a lot of cheaters in the raid. And this is just one more piece of the disaster of this piece of content, okay? It was later confirmed that Bungie had previous World's First winners damage test the raids, and they ended up using weapons that were later disabled on day one. Huh? It was later confirmed that Bungie had previous World's First winners damage test the raids, and they ended up using weapons that were later disabled on day one? I don't understand that sentence. That doesn't make any sense to me. Outsanity with another $10 super chat tip says the only primary that felt good was the new exotic scout, third iteration, but it was bugged doing more damage with the anti-champ mod, but people loved it that way. Most of the cheating was net limited with a few hard cheats. All right, well, it's a true sentence. I don't understand. Why would they have previous World's First winners testing the game before the raid came out? Bungie got people to test the raid to make sure it was doable, and then they disabled the ways to make it doable. Testers identified weapons that were too efficient, so Bungie decided to disable them. Oh, really? So they were like, all right, hang on a minute now. They're like, we designed something, and there might be some weapons out there that are really good at beating this. We can't have that. Not on our watch. They're like, all right, listen. I've got a really brilliant idea on how to make hard content. Let's just take away anything that the player can use that might be good. It's an absolute foolproof plan. You can't outsmart us, if we take away all your good weapons. There were also just as many cheaters in the last two raids, but it was noticeable this time because of the low completion numbers. Oh, that's an interesting dilemma, Audie. This has been going on for a while, apparently. Huh. All right, well, this is the last time we're going to have Astacross on the screen. I can only take so much eye candy in one day.
As if Bungie needs to deal with any more Destiny 2 drama, player investigations have now revealed that among the limited number of contest clears for the insanely difficult Desert Perpetual raid last week, as many as 70% of the top 100 lists appear to have cheated. It seems too early to list dozens of specific teams here, as I've already seen at least a couple of false positives, but the provable ones, many are very, very obvious. These cheater clears are marked by certain publicly available data points, namely via acquittivity, one person carrying with a lot of kills while the rest of the team barely has any. When we say barely has any, when you would look at the raid reports, and we're going to get into it in just a moment, there will be one person that has like 600 kills, right? Yet everyone else on the squad had like 1, 2, or 0 kills, which is impossible. And dude, look, the justification that I've seen online for this, someone tried to justify and be like, bro, no. That they were doing mechanics and the other guy was doing the ad clear. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Listen. I will say, I don't like to do a lot of reaction content, and this is one of the reasons. I was listening to a great video this morning, and then all throughout they're just dropping F-bombs, okay? And this handsome devil's like, we're going to mute those, okay? I appreciate that. I also appreciate how he's like, he's got to kind of tee himself up here. He's like, get the frick out of here, man. Like, and I think you're going to see the numbers here in a second. It's absurd, okay? It's absolutely absurd. It's not, oh, these people are doing mechanics. They're not actually, engaging in shooting stuff, right? In Cross We Trust. This is the last man standing in that directory, boys. I mean, there might be one or two. But this guy's at least got integrity and character. That's why I don't mind letting people know. If you want to watch somebody stream over there, the directory lead going to him is that's how it should have gone.
How in the world? The only people I see justifying this are people that were actually carried by this. And by the way, it's not just cheaters here. What happens is people will pay a cheater to carry their account through the raid so that they can have the emblem too, so they can then flex the emblem. All right, incredibly fast clear times, 10 to 20 minutes for these insanely hard sections that took legitimate teams hours. Dude, when you're seeing like 20-minute clears for an entire raid, bro, that's a dead giveaway. I mean, not even just the encounters, for the entire raid. Certainly weapons like Lawrence Driver duality to help with raid limiting, some specific armor, blue rockets are among a few telltale signs. You see why? Like, I made a comment yesterday, like, dude, at this point, do we need like an AI anti-cheat? Because the current system ain't working, man. Endless heavy kills, new accounts that barely have any raid clears. Look at this. Look at this right here. Raid clear, 315 kills. 2 kills. 1 kill, 1, 0.
Look at that. The thing about this that I love that there ain't nobody at Bungie headquarters that was like, hey, has anybody seen this? Like, you know what I'm saying? I've been banned from the game for 500 years because people on Twitter were asking questions, and that is harassment, and it wasn't even me. It was just other people on my behalf. You can ban me for 500 years because you're paying attention to Twitter, but hey, Bungie, did you see this? Did you see that somebody got 315 kills in a raid and the other people didn't get a single one? You don't have any alarm bells for that at your company? You know, you got alarm bells for social like issues and virtue signaling on Twitter and, taking out a streamer you don't like, but apparently it's too hard to be like, oh, people are cheating in a raid. They don't have nobody printed out this piece of paper and like handed it to somebody and was like, sir, we just want to let you know that there's some shenanigans going on in the raid. Johnson, I'm too busy monitoring Twitter and people saying mean things, so back to work.
Yet all of them will get the emblem and pretend. And by the way, this is resulting in everyone scrambling online. You've got people like this who paid for this for their accounts carried, and they're changing their names as if that's going to save them. They're going out, they're doing the name change, they're trying to like hide themselves, they're changing their damn Twitter profiles, they're doing whatever they can to try to not get banned after this. Look, and it needs to happen. Bungie, you cannot go in here and be like, oh, well, these guys weren't cheating. It was just this guy with the hack sign.
Look at this. What is this, the clear time? Is this the clear time? Come on. Wait a minute. What the is this up here? What's this up in the left-hand corner? If he gets to 40,000 subs, which, dear Lord, that's a lot of subs, he's going to do a Kim Jong-un haircut. Now listen to me, y'all. I need you guys to listen very carefully. Doesn't he have this goal yet? Like, what are y'all doing? Huh? What's going on over there? What's this community doing? What are y'all doing? You guys are busy freaking buying food and gas, right? Oh, he got the goal? Thank God. I was going to say, you can't just have that at the top of the screen. I mean, that 1,100 subs? Like, come on, Destiny community. The frick are y'all doing? Anyway, hang on. Parasito's saying something. What do you got for me, Paris? Fun fact, BattleEye was cracked within 6 months of his addition to the game to where you could manipulate anything client side. After that, they just had to figure out server security. Huh. He deleted a whole page of his vault. It was one of his goals too. Yeah, that's not as big as the Kim Jong-un haircut. You know what I mean? I mean, you guys don't have to admit it, but one of the main reasons he's so successful is because people are attracted to him, and the haircut's really going to hurt him. You know, this is self-destruct. I mean, this is self-destructive goal here. You know, his viewership's just going to plummet. You know, I mean, you want to talk about thoughts out here? I mean, this right here.
No, you need to hit everybody. Everybody needs to get a crispy ban. This is a mess. We have not seen anything at this level with a contest rate clear ever. The only piece of good news is that it does not seem to involve well-known high-profile teams, including Rules First Team Nuts, their live stream clear being obviously legitimate. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm not saying everyone needs to stream, but these days, that's like the only way I know how to verify. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, Bungie has their systems, but having someone stream their gameplay, it's just like Twitch rival tournaments. You have to stream in order.
Do you guys agree with this? I on one hand, I tend to agree with him. I tend to think that, like, if you're going to enter a contest like this, it needs to be, like, viewable in the public, like a Twitch Rivals or something. But then you also have a lot of people that are just not in a position to do that, right? You got a lot of, good teams, scrappy teams, LFG teams, people in, like, Discords and Reddits and things like that. But I don't know. You agree? Sweat said the same thing. I like Cross, and I don't really have opinions on the rest of the streamers, but I would worry that streamers are going to see things in a particular way. Like, what's the big deal? Just stream your raid. And there's going to be a lot of community members that are like, you basically just kept us out, right? Why watch this dude? He was one of the first to make a video about what happened to you. Because Astacross has integrity, and when he saw there was a complete other side of the story and that a lot of the stuff wasn't true, he deleted his video. Unlike the rest of the men that lack character and integrity and left the videos up or didn't correct the public record, he's the only person who handled the situation with even a modicum of integrity and character. The rest of them are just out here making money in perpetuity off of lies. So, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're going to put men in quotations.
In order to even be in the tournament. And then that has to be screened after it's done. You can't just ban 300 people. That's half the player base. Let me tell you something. Destiny player population is a topic for another video. All right? Low blow, bro. Low blow.
That's the last part I wanted in there. That's half the player pool. You can't ban them all, Cross is like, that's a topic for another day. You know, he's listen, Cross. Let's hang on. I'm just gonna go to his channel real quick. Hang on a second. I just gotta check something. Real quick. Where is it? Right here. All right, boys, ready? Warframe in 2026 looks insane. What? Listen. Everybody, go watch this video. All right, give it love, give it likes, give it comments. That's a prologue, okay? I'm not trying to do spoilers. I'm not trying to do spoilers. That's what we call a prologue, okay? You know, Warframe in 2026 is looking kind of nuts. Anyway. All right, so now I got something else for you. All right, so this one's It's Tizzle. All right, and he's going to touch on something that I think is very, very important. All right, he was looking at Twitter, which we all know Twitter is a great place to look for reactions to things. Sorry, I'll fix it. All right, I pressed pause. Thank you, Valkyrja. If you guys like that I pause those things that kind of interrupt our time together, if you like that, I just pause them, so they should stop. Do me a favor and hit the like button. Give me the 300 likes. All right. Also, membership support directly. Consider doing that. Click join. $6 a month will get you a member plus. Right. I ain't doing no 40,000 sub goal for a Kim Jong-un haircut. All right. I'm doing. We try to do like 500 a week for the Friday night streams. All right. All right, so this is something that Tizzles touches on where he's talking about retention over fun. Let's have a listen. I keep forgetting to unmute.
Is the yes. So here is what the video is mostly about, and that is the Encore mission is... So in Destiny 2 team's words, we have identified an issue where the Encore mission is substantially easier to complete and dropping higher quantities of rewards than intended within Pinnacle Ops. Which is funny because they set the rewards to, I believe it's 4, from what I can tell from reading some tweet replies. So as such, we have disabled the Encore mission with Pinnacle Ops and the Grappler modifier within the portal. These will be re-enabled at a future date.
Now, before he says anything, I just have to say that Tom is a flat circle, okay? Because I feel like I have read this tweet before, where they're like, "Hey, we made a mistake. Okay, we made a mistake. There is something that's being generous and rewarding, and we can't have that. Okay, you guys know what this is. You know what game you're playing, and we don't do that here. Okay, fun and rewarding." That's not really in our repertoire. This was a mistake. My favorite thing about the history of this company and the history of this game is that whenever something is really rewarding, it's always an accident. It's always an accident. It's always a bug. It's always a glitch. You know what I'm saying? It's never on purpose. It's never by design. It's always an accident. And they're like, we can't have that. We've patched it. Thank you so much, Mike on the mic, for the $5 super chat. Good morning, y'all. It's unfortunate. I really like Destiny 2 Edge of Fate. The story's amazing, but the grind is brutal. And a $1 super chat from somebody saying, suck a blank, YouTube. I guess they don't like the thing that all of a sudden handles are now gone. 455. Joker Quinn has teed it up. Now listen to me, y'all. Listen to me. I don't do 5 every 25 anymore, but I could be compelled. If somebody drops a 20 bomb, I'll do it. That's the rare instance is when somebody shoots the ball from outside. This is half court. I know terms in sports. This is a half court. Somebody drops a 20 bomb right now, I'm going to give that platform the win. I'm giving them the 5. Whether it's purple or whether it's YouTube, that's the gauntlet. As soon as this isn't on 455, your chance is gone. I'm not doing it. We're going back to 5 every 50, okay? Do you understand me? Do you hear me? Anyway, let's go. Let's get into the rest of this video. He's going to react to this tweet here.
The grappler thing, man. They literally just want to slow you down as much as they can. We'll get to it, but I have said it before. They design their game around player retention and not player fun, and this is pure evidence of that. I love the players in the Destiny community.
And Parasito kind of does it with a 10 bomb, and he gets us halfway there. I guess I'll count it if someone tag teams with Paris. All right, I'll count it. That's the spirit of the gauntlet. I can't do 5 every 25 anymore. It was actually counterproductive. I was inflicting pain on myself. Okay. So if somebody tag teams with Paris, I'll do it. What he just said, though, I think is part of the crux of the matter. Okay. They are now in the waning hours of the game. And the one thing they're going to do is they're really going to try to keep people in the game. And I feel like this is desperation. This is like, have you ever had a friend who his girlfriend was trying to break up with them, and they were like desperately arguing them to stay together? We all know it's not going to be great from that point on, okay? It's going to be bad because they're basically begging them to stay together. So, and a 10 bomb comes in from Wilbur. Thank you so much. There it is. All right, I'll honor it. I owe 5 to YouTube. When it hits 500, if it's you guys, I'll make it a 10, all right? Get us to 500, and then we can work on the big stretch goal for Saturday. I don't stream on Saturdays, but with me going out of town next week, I made it an incentive this week. So what it feels like it's like they know the relationship is over. They know the relationship is over. And yet, they're trying to set things up in a way to just keep you in the game. Just trying to keep you in the game. And what it ends up doing is it actively works against what they want. Like the guy begging his girlfriend to not break up with him, it just makes him look pathetic and weak, and it just motivates her even more to break up with him. Like, this is just going to motivate people even more to break up with the game. And a 20 bomb from MASH comes in and gets us 5 away from the goal for Friday. I love to see MASH have some partners in battle here. So that was a 20, that was a 40. So this should be a 71 right now. Right, meow? All right, we're 5 away. Twitch, this is your opportunity to steal it. It's 71-1. You're only 70 behind. But you get the point. Like, this is going to actively work against people engaging with the game. You already have, as we showed, right? And a 5 bomb comes in from Parasito and secures the 500. There it is. All right, so Friday night has been secured. The first stretch goal of 6, you're going to make Madam and I play a game. So Friday nights are all about just like hanging out, but you guys can make us play a game. It's a VR game. It's on my Steam wish list. Let me see if I can find the game. Error, you've made too many requests recently. Are you drunk? That's like the first thing I've ever done in like the last 2 days on Steam. Oh, Terminal Brigade's got bad scores. I wonder why. It could be server issues. That released yesterday. Hang on, I'm trying to find the game. Okay, there's a game called Elsewhere Electric, and you can make my wife and I play this Friday night, all right? One of the people wears a VR headset, and the other is on their phone. And so this will be hilarious. I'll plug my MetaQuest into my PC, and we will play this game on Friday night. That's the goal that we're working on right now. Elsewhere, what's it called again? Elsewhere Electric. We will play this on Friday night if you guys hit the next goal. So, but back to what I was saying, and we'll get back to It's Tizzle's video in just a second. When you start to design the game all around like, oh, we're everything's intention is to get retention. I didn't mean to make that rhyme, but that sounds really good, right? The intention is retention, okay? They're absolutely losing the plot. Because one of the things that has always kept people playing Destiny has not been the systems of retention, it's been the fun, it's been the gunplay, it's been the gameplay. Remember what Joker was talking about. You got this spark thing disrupting the new content in a way where guns are taking a back seat, or this portal gun where your gun's kind of taking a back seat. They're not emphasizing abilities, they're not emphasizing the fun, they're not emphasizing the gun. And when something is rewarding and something is fun, they nerf it. Do you see? Because you can't have this. If you're operating within the axiom of retention is the most important thing, fun is not, well, then you're going to nerf fun on the altar. You're going to sacrifice fun on the altar of retention. This, to me, is very, very strong signs of trouble for this game. Because what it means is they already have, as we showed with the Steam charts, okay? Now, I'm sorry, this is Charlemagne. 1.7 million people for the final shape. Less than half overall. 746,000 for Edge of Fate. That is an enormous player drop-off. And the remaining players are getting kicked in the face by this type of stuff that Tizzle's talking about.
Quite frankly, I don't think Bungie deserves you. Guys like Corp Projects and Mossy Max, these guys doing spreadsheets, Aegis with all the spreadsheet testing he does, all the people behind Destiny Item Manager. This game, the Destiny Data Compendium, huge shout out to them. This game would be borderline unplayable without the folks that go above and beyond and make these external apps and things for the community. Destiny Item Manager, I have never not played Destiny on my PC without DIM being open beside me. It is a must use. So, yeah, what I'm trying to say is I love the Destiny community and the players in it. And one thing I love about them is they will find the most efficient way to do anything. So sure, they can disable Encore Mission and change the amount of rewards you get to drop. But the way Bungie has set up their game is the only reason people are doing this is they just want to farm your good gear. And I'm going to make a whole separate video at some point about what is, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically like a false grind or like a forced grind.
Yeah, he talks about that. He's going to do another video on it. But that's pretty much all I wanted him to talk about, which was they, again, don't even really seem to understand player motivation. And I've talked about this before in other videos. I've talked about this idea that when a game company is sort of looking at player behavior and trying to manage it, I've always said there are two ways to control player behavior. You can incentivize player behavior or you can limit player behavior. When you take the limiting or the restrictive, way of doing things, what that ends up doing is it ends up making people feel like they are having their fun policed, right? Feels like the fun police. So it feels like, oh, we're not allowed to do this. We're not allowed to have fun. And I have always said the biggest mistake that Bungie and a lot of these companies always make is they don't appropriately analyze player behavior. They analyze player behavior from the mentality of we need to stop certain things from happening instead of asking the question, why is this thing happening? As Tizzle says, the only reason people were doing this is so they could grind for the good gear. Like, in 11 years, it really does feel like Bungie still does not properly understand why players do certain things. They don't get it. Instead of asking the question, well, why is everybody doing this thing in this particular way? They're like, no, stop them from doing it. From the loot cave to now, their ability to interpret player behavior still just seems far too mechanical. It seems incredibly mechanical. It's like, well, people are doing something and we don't want them to do it, so put a stop to it. Put a stop to it. Like, we can't have them doing that. Because again, if you're asking the question, well, why are people doing this? What you would say is, okay, well, can we take that and replicate that in other places? Can we make it to where people can do that in other pieces of content? What you need to interpret their behavior and say, well, let's incentivize that in other places and empower them to feel that way in other pieces of content, instead of saying, well, everybody's doing this, put a stop to it. You should be asking the question, why is everybody doing this? Lono, imagine if people didn't want to pay for subs to watch you because people want to watch for free. Would you go towards to let them not pay for your subs? Well, what I've always tried to do with my content, and we're even thinking through this right now, is how do I motivate people to do it? Instead of being like, oh, well, I'll just make everything free. I'm trying to figure out what sort of value do I need to offer to people to make them want to pay, right? It's on me to figure out how to create the right value points for people to want to pay. YouTube's biggest challenge for me is that you can go watch a literal Mount Everest sized of content is just free. You're forcing them to pay. I'm not forcing anybody to pay. I'm offering content and trying to figure out a way to make the content good enough that you're like, I want that, I'll pay for that. I'm not forcing anybody to pay at all. That's completely backwards. I'm putting the impetus on me to say I've got to offer content that's good enough for people to pay, or winsome enough or in demand enough for people being willing to pay. As someone who played a lot of Encore, I wasn't doing it because of enjoyment. I was taking the path of least resistance. Well, I think that's an excellent point. Sometimes people aren't doing something simply because, oh, well, this is what I enjoy. They're doing it because it's the most efficient. I think the happy marriage in Destiny has always been when something is both fun and efficient, and then that's where you kind of live for a while. Does that make sense? What I'm saying is that's fine, but people in general don't want to pay. This is correct. People in general, nobody wants to pay. Consumers don't want to pay. Nobody's like, I can't wait to pay money. I can't wait to pay money. It's, I want the thing so that makes me, that the thing is strong enough to make me willing to pay money. If you're going the way you're telling Bungie, just make it so that they don't have to pay, just let them have your stuff. No, that's a false equivalency. What I'm saying is people are displaying to me that they like certain types of content. I have to figure out a way to create content that they like enough to pay for, right? You're creating a false equivalency between free and pay, which is not what Bungie did. Bungie doesn't have like, oh, well, this was free and this costs money. It was, people are doing this because it's efficient in order to get gear in the game. And now this over here is not, so they're going over here, right? You're creating a false equivalency. I'm not saying make it free. You're telling Bungie to make people play their game that people said they wanted to have to grind and play for a long time, but are now upset they have that grinding in the same activity. No, I'm not. You're completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. No. You're not understanding the point that I'm making. For the last 11 years, anytime something in Bungie, in Destiny is like really fun and really rewarding, they nerf it, they stamp it down. I have always said generosity is not the enemy of engagement. It is the promoter of it. The Diablo 3 Loot 2.0 system proved this. The developer said that the actual players went from saying, I'm just trying to get this axe to drop, to saying, I'm trying to get a good version of the axe to drop. The mistake that Bungie and other companies have always made is they think generosity is the enemy of engagement. Well, if we're generous, people will get the stuff and they'll stop playing. This is not true. This is provably false because there are other games that have demonstrated the opposite. They have demonstrated the exact opposite, that generosity actually makes people engage more. What it does is, I want you to imagine you're running a piece of content that's being very generous, okay? You're running a piece of content that's very generous, and it's dropping stuff, and you're waiting for your God roll, okay? And then you get your God roll. If you know the entire game is wired in that way, in that your time is being respected, and that you can feel that empowerment to like, I'm going to go now chase this or that because I want a God roll of this or that, this content over here has ingrained your brain with that level of confidence. Right? Like it's telling you, oh, you can go and get this same result in other content. I think people always wrongfully think that like, oh, I got the gun, I'm done playing the game now. No, it would embolden you to do more, because you would know when I get home from work, 2 hours of my time is well spent going for X item over here, because this activity over here, it rewarded my time. It rewarded me with loot. This has been completely lost on so many live service games, so many loot-based games for years. I've been preaching this gospel since I played Destiny. Generosity does not drive people away from your game. Do you want to know what generosity also does? When somebody does stop playing or takes a break, guess what? Guess what? They have a good taste in their mouth. They have a good taste in their mouth. They're like, man, that was a good time. I got some good loot. I had some fun. You think they're more likely to come back or less likely to come back? Contrast that to when it's grindy and it's stingy and you won't frickin' give them the thing that they want. You know what they do? They eventually get burned out. And they're like, I can't get the dadgum thing to drop. I'm out of here. I'm over this. People are going to take a break from your game no matter what. It's in your hands to determine how they feel when they do that. It's in your hands. If you want them to come back to the game or leave the game and feel like their time was well spent, well, then I wouldn't be stingy. I'd be generous. So what they're doing now, right? What they're doing now is they're establishing a game and a content loop all around retention. And the retention is God. Well, what are they going to do if retention is God? Well, you got to make things slow, grindy, arduous, and unrewarding. For the most part, I agree, but I also disagree. My example is weapon crafting. Once I got all the red borders from the raid or seasonal event, I stopped that activity entirely. As I said, you are going to stop playing no matter what. Isn't it better that you stopped playing with a feeling of satisfaction? Isn't that better? You got what you wanted, your time was rewarded, and you feel a sense of checkmark satisfaction? As opposed to being like, I'm out! I can't do this anymore, I'm sick of this! Like, your mentality probably is a lot better given that particular grind. They were able to beat this long mission in minutes due to the settings. It would make everything awesome. You'll always do the fastest route. Oh, you just said it. Doesn't the portal let you choose to target specific pieces of specific weapons? Yeah, the portal allows for more intentional loot farming. It does. Yes. Do you need gauntlets? Do you need a helmet? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. But I'm not saying in the particular instance of that activity they made the wrong decision, okay? If they've been doing this for years, that's how everybody's going to interpret it. If you're like, yeah, but Lono, the encounter was busted. They were beating it in 2 minutes. Nobody was going to play anything else. Okay, fair made point. You got to patch that level of exploit. But again, if the game was just generally less grindy, generally more rewarding across the board, it would be less likely for people to funnel into activities and do those things. They wouldn't be so desperately looking for the fastest way. They would still find it. They would still do it. You'd still have to patch it. But when you have 11 years of history of clamping down on effective grinds or fun or like people feeling powerful, that's exactly how people are going to interpret something like this. Like, well, here we go again, nanny state Bungie coming in and ruining the fun. If they didn't have a history of doing this, I think people would have been like, well, come on, guys, it was busted. People were doing it in 2 minutes. Does that make sense? Mash says he didn't say he stopped playing. He said he stopped doing that activity. Once you get the items you want, you don't stop playing. You use those items in other activities. That's a fair made point, Mash. That's a fair made point. He just was like, I stopped doing the activity. Well, the only way you can prove this is answer of people that wanted to play the game because they enjoyed it. Then why did the majority cheat day one? Or have they been cheating in every game? I can't get into the psychology of cheaters because I don't understand cheaters. Right? It's like trying to understand, people who commit themselves to being toxic and trollish. Like I don't understand their existence. I don't understand their motivations. They're like anomalous to me. People that cheat in video games, I can't understand them. The money they spend, the time they spend doing something that's not real, like you didn't really beat that. You didn't really win that game. Does that make sense? Like, I don't understand them. I don't know why they would do it. Those guys did it for the money. Yeah, there's an economic thing behind a lot of cheating. You got to understand that as well. Saying the majority of cheat is an overstatement. It was just in the first 24 hours, AOZ. It wasn't like 70%. It was a lot. All right. This is the last video I got for you guys. This one's from Geeky Pastimes. And he's going to talk about the mask has come off of the game.
Back to the topic of this video, Destiny. Destiny definitely used to be a Type C game. It sold you on the idea of exploring new locations in the solar system, battling mysterious enemies, and trying to prevent humanity's extinction by battling whatever threats came in each expansion. Of course, they could never make enough story content and new locations to match the speed that players would burn through it, so the real game, the kind of hidden game, was making your light level go up and trying to get the best weapons, the best loadout, whatever it was. When players were getting the best weapons too easily, they made the weapons have random rolls, so now to get the best weapon was much harder and would take a lot more repetition and take a lot longer. When players reached the top light levels, like the absolute highest that it would ever be reasonable to get, they could just add more, or occasionally just reset everyone to a lower number so they could keep that treadmill going. Importantly though, it wasn't the obvious focus of the game. If you played Destiny, at least as a more casual player, a more normal player, you'd feel like you were investigating mysteries and exploring new worlds. That was the thing that hooked you in.
This is something in Destiny 1 that I think a lot of people forget, and I think they've lost the ability to do this. They've lost the ability to have mystery, and some of this is because of how long the story has been going. And some of this is also because once something becomes almost rote and rehearsed, it's hard to have mystery. It's hard to kind of keep you in a state of suspense, or it's hard to make somebody feel like, oh yeah, this game's really got my interest piqued, because you've kind of seen and heard everything that there is. This game's really got my interest piqued. Sorry, I'm not meaning to loop on you guys. And so when that happens, that can sometimes be the difference between somebody putting the game down or continuing, because they feel some sense of mystery. They feel like, oh yeah, there's a reason to keep going. I haven't quite solved this thing yet. I think with the story within Destiny, many people feel like, well, I've kind of solved everything. This is all sort of like non-interesting story, non-interesting lore, or this commonly happened with new activities. People be like, well, we're just grabbing and throwing balls again, right? So that familiarity is baked in. That wasn't there when Destiny 1 first came out. Some of the mystery, especially when Vault of Glass landed, it felt as though we hadn't really seen behind the curtain yet. We didn't fully understand the game. We didn't fully understand the lore. And then Kingsfall came, and it was like, oh my gosh, there's so much about this game that we don't fully understand. Also, you could surprise us, right? You could surprise us with like new mechanics or new experiences or new activities. Well, by the time you get to now, they literally don't have that ability anymore. They're not going to do surprise and delight. It's virtually impossible. And I think that's working against them. That is not even necessarily their fault either. I think that is a natural symptom of franchise fatigue, a game that's been out for 11 years. There's only so many mechanics you can rehash and so many weapons you can rehash and so many things that you can, have the player doing. Another super chat coming in from Madara, as I say it wrong. Red Borders crafting should have only been curated roles and not god roles. That's how you keep people chasing the carrot or logging in. We're one super chat away from Confetto. I currently owe you guys 3 members from the super chat initiatives. So, to what he is saying, in the earliest of days, Pouring Rain with 42 months, thank you so much. Taking the score to between the two platforms is now, it should be 76-3. You guys are going to need a high roller to come in here if Twitch is going to try and beat YouTube today. So I get what he's saying. I think it's fair to say that's not really happening anymore. And Behemoth does it. Thank you so much, Behemoth. He makes it rain confetti. I'll reset the super chat goal because I know some of you guys prefer to do super chats over gifting members. And every 5, you guys make it rain confetti. Thank you so much. So yeah, I want to keep watching this video though. He makes some other points that I want in the discussion.
The progression was a means to an end. You wanted to get the content, you wanted to be able to fight in new battlegrounds or take on new enemies. You were making your character stronger so they could deal with the threats they needed to. There was immersion in that. Of course, the immersion was broken for anyone who got too deep into the game. You'd start seeing the code, the way sort of Cypher does in the Matrix. You start seeing everything just as numbers. It turns the game into essentially a spreadsheet where you knew exactly what to do and how often to maximize the return and make your numbers go up in the most efficient way. But with the newest expansion, it seems like they've decided to change the way they present Destiny. It seems like they've tried to turn Destiny from a Type C game that hides all of that back stuff about why you're really playing the game behind immersion and storytelling and adventure, and they've decided to shift it towards being a Type A game. The biggest and most obvious change for a lot of players with the Edge of Fate expansion is that the portal has replaced the destination screen.
So what he's talking about, and I don't know what happened. You guys are saying YouTube had a big blip and you thought your browser crashed. Do me a favor, that really ends up hurting viewership. So smash like, gift members, do something. Communicate to YouTube that you guys are still here. I am sorry that happened. I don't know why YouTube is still having those issues lately, but it was not on my end. Twitch had it for me. I mean, nothing happened on my end. Like nothing. You guys had a blip on purple as well? Test. Same. I refreshed. Huh. The GPU did something. It like spiked for some reason around that time. We haven't had that issue in a really long time because I turned off that GPU scheduler. So it's possible something on my computer cycled and it just caused an issue. I'm gonna exit from the NVIDIA control panel. That might have been what it was. Usually I have that closed. So yeah, the issue that he's talking about. So earlier in the video, he talks about how there's Type A, Type B, Type C games, and he's talking about how Destiny always kind of hid that beneath the game. It wasn't super obvious that it was just like a grind. It wasn't super obvious that like things were slow or taking a long time. And he says now they're taking off the mask. They're just letting you sort of see behind the veil. Like it's a grind. That's the game, right? And so what's good, Raven? And so that's why he's saying Destiny took off the mask and it's just a treadmill now. That's kind of the crux of his argument. And I think it's rather good the way he kind of puts this together.
So previously, when you were deciding what to do in Destiny, you'd be presented with a kind of abstract, artistic map of the solar system, and you'd be choosing which planet to visit. Sometimes new planets would appear on there. There were arcane icons dotted around that didn't immediately make a lot of sense, but, you know, it was a mystery to unravel. There was a quest page which often had vague and cryptic instructions on what you could be doing next, and you'd have to try and work out what that was. There were ritual activities like Crucible and Vanguard Strikes and Gambit, which would give you little straightforward jobs to do that weren't very mysterious, but it kind of made sense within the immersion of the universe. I always kind of thought of it as my Guardian was just going on jobs helping with strikes or taking part in Crucible or Gambit as a kind of side activity, but their main job, the thing they spent most of their time doing, was exploring the solar system and fighting the threats that were found there. It was at least a little immersive as long as you didn't think about it too much. But with Edge of Fate, the destination screen is still there, and it's cluttered with like 100 icons from past expansions now.
Yeah, so whenever we did my wife trying out Destiny on Friday nights, just to see what the game felt like these days, that was precisely something that we noticed, was this, that the director was just absurd. Like, it made it impossible to even know like what to do, when to do, how to do it. And so they go with this portal method. Well, what the portal does is, as he's saying, like, you're just taking the mask off. Now it's just activity-centric, grind-centric, as echoes what Tizzle was talking about. It's just retention-centric now as a game. Like, that's what you're doing in Destiny. You're just picking activities to get loot, and you just run those activities over and over again. And all that decorative immersion points that they would use to be like, well, no, you're going to a new planet, you're exploring, you're coming back to this planet. The director makes it seem like you're actually sort of traveling. The portal makes it very activity centric. Like I said, it almost looks like a mobile game menu. It's like, what is this? I really do agree with what he's saying here. Is what that does is that just takes the mask off. It's like, well, now you're not playing a game full of mystique or mystery or, you know, a sense of traveling and moving around the solar system. You're literally just going from activity to activity to activity to activity. Like these games that feel like mobile games. Like my wife and I were playing Linked Banner of the Spark, and I thought that game was going to be a blast. But it felt very much the same way. It was like, I'm literally just going from one activity to the next. When the activity's done, I see all my points, I see all my gear. Towerborn felt the same way. It felt very much like I'm just sort of playing an activity-centric game where there is no longer this seamless continuance of a story or this seamless continuance of immersion. It's just... It's literally just hopping from activity to activity to activity. And I think that really works against these games feeling like games that you're living in. For the longest time, you know, Destiny's been described as a living world, this living social world. It doesn't really feel like that when... It doesn't really feel like that when you're just bouncing from one activity to the next. I'm pretty sure if you would play, you would like the expansion. I wouldn't like any of the new mechanics that they've inputted. I wouldn't like the ball. I wouldn't like the Banner of the Spark. I wouldn't like the leveling system. I would not like how they've made it to where you're no longer using that the directory. You're using this sort of neutered, mobile, gamified portal. I wouldn't like any of those things. I wouldn't. I think I would like the story from what I've heard. You know? I think I would like the story. Fought for slot leveling for years. Yeah. Is that how they do it now? Do you get that slot to that level? Did they at least do that? Like, can you actually like just get your arms to a certain level, like get your boots to a certain level? Did they go to slot leveling? I really like the campaign story, but not so much playing it. Account wide. It's piece by piece. Yeah, specific loot you can chase. No, yeah, those are things I would like. I would like targeted farming, and I would like slot leveling, because those are things I asked for 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I said we need slot leveling and we need targeted farming. That's what we need. So I like that they added that. But hearing how the grind is, hearing how slow it is, hearing people like crunch the numbers, and they're like, this is how many hours it would take to get all of this that you need, or how to get all of that you need, and then like, oh, next piece of content, you're not going to be able to use any of it in certain activities. You're going to have to do it all over again. I would not like that at all. I wouldn't. In my opinion, says Lightleap, one of the biggest issues is that you grind power to unlock a higher difficulty, higher power delta to get higher rewards, to even get harder missions. You never feel powerful. The leveling would be fine if you could actually either go to a delta to level faster or level slowly and over level, actually feeling powerful. Right now, it's completely pointless to even get to the higher tier gear. You have to infuse individual pieces for overall effect power, but your drops are based on your highest piece across all characters. Oh, that's not slot leveling. No. Yeah, that's not slot leveling. Askcross made a video yesterday about how the grind is insane. Yeah. Slot leveling is, once I get my boots to 210, that's just my slot. My boots are 210. You don't got to infuse. You don't got to do any of that. My slot of boots is just 210. I've always said that they should do that. I've always said that. It's like, okay. Because, like, let's say, you know, you get something that you like, but maybe you don't want to use it right now, like a weapon or something, and you don't want to infuse it, or because you like it, but you don't want to use it either. Like, it's kind of a mixture. Well, it would just level that slot to 210, right? Like, slot leveling to me was more about removing needless steps. You're still getting the same destination. You're getting somebody to level, but it's based off of their slot. Yo, Face, I didn't see your renewal. 44 months for Face. Guys, I don't know why it's showing your account names instead of your handles. I'm not sure what YouTube did. But if you want to change your handle now, you're going to have to change like that actual account name you're at is now showing. Anyway, 44 months says, just back from 10 days abroad and have been given the rest of the week off. I'll be drunk from dawn till dusk from now until Monday. That is all. Well, enjoy yourself, man. You just bumped the line to 502 with a renewal. Thank you so much. There's a VR game we're going to play Friday night with my wife and I, where she'll be on the phone and I'll have the headset on. So here's what we're going to do. Those are all the videos that I wanted to show you guys. I will provide links in the description below whenever I'm no longer streaming to all of those to give them credit. If you guys want to watch their entire videos, we watch Joker, Astacross, Tizzle, and at the very end there we watch Geeky Pastimes. I am going to need to take a very quick break, though, and when we get back, I want to talk about what I feel like the future for Destiny is. You guys can submit questions about this topic with the question command. That is something for sub-only, member-only, but I've got the company broken into 3 buckets because I do think there's a possibility there is a Destiny 3, but they're really going to have to think smartly about their internal structures in their companies. So, I'll be right back. Mash says, I think Destiny 2 is successful enough that they keep supporting it. I'll show you player-based numbers in a little bit, Mash, that will say, no, I believe more layoffs are coming, and they're going to have to make a drastic decision about the future. That's what we're going to discuss when I get back. Don't go anywhere. I'm back. Okay. So, let us have this discussion about the future of Destiny. And we're going to start with a question from the audience. This is something you guys can do. You can have your question featured on the channel. This is like bringing back Q&A. You just have to type !question or !Q, and you can submit a question. So we have a question here from Master. And says, what do you think will happen to Bungie if another round of layoffs happen or Sony steps in? I mean, I would say, given the player base numbers that we looked at, which I appreciated the guy on Twitter saying, I've been on a crusade against Bungie since they banned me. I mean, there's other ways to admit you're either stupid or don't watch my content. Maybe a bit of both. Maybe you're both stupid and you don't watch my content. Maybe you're stupid because you don't watch my content, or maybe you watch my content and it made you stupid. I don't know what it is, but you're stupid. Anyway, there has not been a crusade against Bungie on this channel. I rarely cover Bungie. We covered Marathon a lot. And surprise, surprise, everybody that said I was just hating on Bungie when it came to Marathon, I was right. Yeah, I was right. It's a game that's probably going to go nowhere and is basically destined for failure or to flopping. Oh, and it also got delayed like I said it would. Like, I'm sorry your precious, like, righteous Bungie turned out to be a false king and, like, their virtues as hollow as their game is now. Like, I'm very sorry that that's disappointing for people, but, like, I have not crusaded against Bungie. We barely cover them. This is significant. To have this many players, to have 1.7 million players log in overall for your final shape a year ago, and then this is the latest login for brand new content. Less than half. To not see that as disastrous, you're just in denial. And you had every right to crusade against them? Yeah, I was well within my right to dedicate an entire channel to that company and to what they did. I'm still holding out hope that, like, somebody the size of, like, Tectone or somebody who hates the cancel culture and the nonsense and stuff that has happened over false claims, I still would love for somebody his size to look into everything that happened and to cover it, because it would be glorious. You want to see a crusade against Bungie? Yeah, I wouldn't even need to do anything. I've done a handful of videos over the 5 years that I've been shifted into variety content, and it's like I barely cover them. And I'm even one of the few people that defended them. Like, back when people were saying, like, they had no business to cancel Naughty Dog's game, like, I was literally sitting in this chair defending Bungie. I was like, please don't make me defend Bungie. I don't want to defend them. And yet I defended them. And I was like, they're one of the best companies to speak with authority on how to build a live service game. Like, Lono has consistently given flowers to Bungie for their experience in maintaining live service games long term. He always said, no one else has the knowledge base like they do. Yeah, like a crusade against them. How is it a crusade against them to say things like, yeah, I hope that they are able to retain the talent. They have some of the most talented people in the industry. Just get rid of the bad leadership. Like, how is that a crusade against Bungie? Like, Jiminy Christmas. Quit clutching your dadgum pearls. Like, the game is not in a good spot. This will likely, as relevant to Master's question that was just submitted, there will likely be more layoffs. Now, the question is, what do you do with the company in the wake of this? And I was asked this question yesterday in a members-only segment. This is a great reason to be a member. We do something called Green Room. It's a behind-the-scenes segment where we plan a lot of the content, okay? So if you want to be a part of that, consider clicking join and pick Member Plus. If you're on a gifted, consider upgrading. We've been for 5 years trying to foster an environment on YouTube where we have people who are paying for their own memberships. And it has not worked. We are largely dependent on gifted memberships. So if you've ever considered supporting the channel directly, that is something that we've been working on for a very long time. If you have feedback on what would make you support a channel directly, have you ever supported a channel directly, leave comments or chat and tell us, like, what could we do? Because what we're doing right now is of interest to the core audience that loves the content, but to newcomers, they're not interested. Are there things that you have done on YouTube like that? We are open to feedback. But I was asked this question about the future of Destiny and the future of Bungie, right? And the big question is Destiny 3. That's the big question. Are they going to be able to want to shift to Destiny 3? Okay. Thank you so much, Azimo, for 5 months of subs over here on Purple. I greatly appreciate it. You guys are going to need some monster gifters to come in if you want to catch up with Team YouTube today in the realm of memberships. Okay, so here's what I said. I think internally at the company there are 3 buckets of employees, okay? The smallest bucket is the leadership that's just waiting to leave. I think there are leaders that are going to be gone by the time we get halfway into 2026. Sometime in the next year or so, there is leadership just waiting to leave. I think that's the smallest bucket, okay? But get them out of there. We need Pete Parsons out of the building. Like, the only way this company has a shred of hope of turning things around from a morale perspective and a leadership perspective is you've got to get Pete Parsons out of the building, okay? Along with any other leader that is sort of from that old guard, you know, or the old uniforms. Get them out of the building, okay? But that's the smallest bucket. The remaining 2 buckets are people that think and want Destiny to have a future and people that think Destiny has no future, they want to do something else, okay? I don't know the percentage of those 2 buckets, but I think it's pretty safe bet to say that once you ignore the leadership that wants to leave, the people that are at Bungie right now as employees, they either think, yeah, Destiny's got a future, we should be doing Destiny 3, or they're like, no, Destiny doesn't have a future. This franchise is on its way out. We need to do something new, okay? You understood that reference? I've got screenshots if anybody needs to know what that reference is about the old uniforms. Anyway, it had nothing to do with the directory. It wasn't, yeah, they weren't trying to get rid of me for that reason, except it was publicly stated, you know, like a month beforehand. Anyway, so those 2 buckets of people, I think PlayStation has to decide, what do you do? What do you do? Do you basically put out the capital to fund a Destiny 3? Because the only way you're going to fund and build a Destiny 3 is you got to put Destiny 2 on absolute fumes. You can't have Bungie financially dependent on Destiny 2 any longer. They're going to need funding. Okay? They're going to need funding. And you're going to need staff that want to build it. Now, if you have staff that don't want to build it, they're like, listen, we've been making Destiny for over 10 years, you know, somewhere between 10 and 15 years, if you count all the pre-production of Destiny 1. We don't want to do this anymore. I think that you gotta listen to reason. You've got to listen to reason. You got to say, okay, we don't want to make people work on something that they don't want to work on. So then PlayStation would say, okay, listen, if you don't want to work on Destiny 3, we have other studios. Maybe we could get you to work there. Maybe we could get you at Bend or Guerrilla or whatever. Because we know Guerrilla's working on a co-op game. We know Bend was working on a live service game. Now, what you could also then do is you could go to your PlayStation studios and you could say, does anybody want to come work at Bungie on the next Destiny? There could be people at Bend Studio that maybe they were enjoying working on a live service game. They were working on a live service shooter. They were. So a hype train has started over here on Purple. I'm going to help you guys out, all right? I'm going to help you guys out. I'm going to try and put some gas in the tank here, okay? I'm going to give you an hour of discount if you gift. There you go. There's a promo. I can do this like... Oh, you can only do it one more time and I have 62 hours remaining? I guess I'll do all 62 hours the last time I run it. Anyway, and Wired Rope gifts 5. I don't know if you were able to get in on the discount or not. Wired Rope, thank you so much. But if you've got people at the other studios and at the other companies that want to work on the next Destiny, again, you could have people at Bend that were like, I was actually having fun thinking about working on a live service shooter game. And well, you bring them over to Bungie, right? Because you want people to be passionate about it. I ran out of gas. I went yesterday crazy. Yeah, you went crazy yesterday. That's okay, Raven. There's others that can pick up the banner and run with it. So that would be my thought. Okay? That would be my thought on it is you've got 3 buckets. You got the leadership that you just need to, they're waiting to leave, get them out of here. And then the remaining 2 buckets of employees are people that either believe Destiny 3 and the future of Destiny is possible, or there's the other bucket of people that don't think so. They're like, absolutely not. There's no way that we're going to be able, to do this, right? Big Perm says, I'm just going to wait a few months until they give out a free chest of max gear. There's no way they need a team the size they have right now that we're going to get for Destiny content. This is why I think PlayStation would have to see that this is a worthy investment. Yo, what's good, Fazimoto? It would be a shame to only follow successful live service shooter just to slowly fade away. They need to invest. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Oh my gosh, I miss these renewals. Fazimoto, you hit 43 months. It's always 1 step forward, 2 step backwards with them. Forcing a negative power delta makes no incentive to grind the power. Smooth Jazz, I really hope you're here. I'm so sorry about this. 26 months. First 1-2 is paying member. Upgrade, y'all. It's worth it. So thank you so much for upgrading, and I'm going to add that to the total. Smooth Jazz. I was just reminded when I saw Fazimoto's super chat. Guys, if I missed your resubs, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't know why they're showing your guys' account names instead of your handles. And Jay Facer, for the first time, gifts a 5-bomb. That's like your first 5-bomb on my Twitch channel. Thank you so much, Jay Facer, and that gets us to 511. Thank you so much, Jay Facer, for doing that and keeping the hype train alive. Rolled it over to level 4. You guys now have 4.5 minutes to roll it over again. You guys could really start to climb here and maybe try to catch up with Team YouTube. We will see. Preach long live Destiny. They won't give out a chest of free max gear in this system. Raven's trying to summon a 50 bomb. My son calls 50 member bombs farty bombs. So if you ever see the farty bomb emote in chat, that's why people are doing that. They're trying to manifest and get somebody to do a 50 member bomb. Okay. So let me take some of your questions now that I've kind of outlined what I think would happen. As I was just saying, right, we had a hype train level 8 yesterday. Raven would like you guys to beat the hype train from yesterday, so you're halfway there. You're at level 4. Thank you, Raven, for doing that. I was going to buy this for the flight home. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. It looks like it's getting good scores. Is it not running well on the Switch? Is that why you're linking to that that Reddit. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, the Switch version, will average a 30 FPS experience at launch. The game will be playable on Switch 2 through backwards compatibility and will benefit from the console's specs. Isn't that the side scroller? Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? But I think, as I was just saying, I do. I think the change in the name, it's because YouTube is taking a crack. Oh, that's right. They pushed out that AI thing. At one level, I don't like it, but at another level, it's like someone comes in with the username like, I love video games, and I don't know what their actual username is unless I go to their channel. And so, you know, maybe they don't like, maybe it's cracking down on impersonation as well, because you could make your handle and your avatar, you know, Reforge Gaming, and you could go wander into a stream and start claiming that you're me, right? There were people doing that. They were super chatting as me on some stream, and it's like, it wasn't me though, because they would just make their handle. We can all still change handles. Yeah. I don't know who anybody is anymore, for sure. But PlayStation would have to see that it's a worthy investment. Right? They would have to see, this is worth it. We're doing this. We want to see Destiny continue. I've always said, at least this is my gut, that they want Destiny to continue. I don't think that... I don't think that they just want to see Destiny like ride off into the sunset. I also think it would be weird to own Bungie, to own the Destiny IP, and to have the only real version of Destiny that's flourishing is some mobile game called Destiny Rising. We know that, PlayStation likes to treat licensed IP well, or to get licenses for IPs. They like to treat their IPs well. It would be really weird for them to be like, yeah, Destiny can be done. Especially if they're able to step in and take over, like many people have speculated that they're going to be able to do. So, all right, let me take some of your questions here. We got one from Corgi. I'm thinking that there'll be an influx of new players with the Star Wars themed expansion. Isn't it possible Edge of Fate exists so they can test which player retention methods work ahead of Renegades? I don't think Renegades is going to have the effect that you're thinking it's going to have. That's just my personal take. When you have this significant amount of drop in interest, I don't think a Star Wars thing is going to change that. I just don't. Hell, this has a new video on the PlayStation blog. Oh, it does? You think it will? I think they might have more people interested than they had people interested in Edge of Fate. But I don't think to the degree that it's going to, like, save them. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think it's going to turn things around. It's Star Wars after all. Like, it's not... I think the veneer will fade very quickly. All right, the hype train ended at a level 4. Those that contributed can use that emote there. Star Wars still has pull somehow. I don't know if it's as strong as it used to be, as Will Hancock is saying, but I just don't know. I think the veneer will fade very quickly. Like, you're going to come back, you're going to get some cool Star Wars stuff, and that'll be kind of the end of the matter. Star Wars inspired, not themed. I thought it was literally Star Wars. The Destiny Renegade thing was... Renegades is not an actual Star Wars expansion. Renegades is going to be a definitive Destiny expansion. It's an homage to that universe. So it's not... So it's not an actual Star Wars thing. It's just Star Wars inspired. Okay. I still think it'll pull people in. I think people are going to be excited because they like Star Wars. I just don't think it's going to be the turnaround point that the game needs. It's just an inspiration. Okay. Thank you so much, Matthew, for renewing 48 months in a VIP. That takes us to 512. I appreciate you guys that are on Member Plus and VIP supporting the channel directly. We'll be in Green Room this afternoon for you guys. Another thing that members can do is they can submit questions like this. If you were in charge of Destiny 2, what would you change to make the game an actual looter shooter again? So the best course of action they could take at this point would be to establish some type of a rhythm within the game like they did with the Age of Triumph. So you remember Rise of Iron and then Age of Triumph and how they were like rotating the raids and challenges and there was cool loot? I would do that and I would just blow the dadgum doors off the game. I would let people go nuts and just have fun. Broken builds, broken weapons, really strong this, really strong that. You know, let the raids and the dungeons and things and activities, pinnacle activities and things like that, let them rotate the way they did with Age of Triumph. And just let the game run on those fumes for as long as possible with the minimal amount of support needed for that. And then just be shifting everybody I can to Destiny 3. I just think Destiny 2 is a lost cause at this point. I think the amount of people that have lost interest when you look at the Charlemagne numbers that we've shown a handful of times. You know, it sounds like you want people to have fun. That's a Destiny no-no. Right. So that's what I would do. I mean, I honestly don't think there is some, you know, crack squad strategy to saving Destiny 2. I think getting Destiny 2 into a place where it's wild, it's crazy, there's no real rules anymore, and you just got like this looping, you know, content like they did with Age of Triumph. And that, I think, is how you just let the game run on fumes. If you want people to kind of come back and just kind of play and have fun, that I think is how you do it. I think you get people to engage at that level. Again, that's just my like very surface level take, and the reason it's a very surface level take is because like I don't think there's enough there's not enough of a reason to do it. I think it's a lost cause. I think it'll continue to generate less and less money. It'll just continue to generate less and less money. You're going to continue to have less and less people playing. You're going to have less and less people generating revenue for the game. And when you're as soon as you're in that situation, you've got to have an exit strategy. I think their exit strategy needs to be, you know, having PlayStation fund Destiny 3. That's it. If they're not going to do that, then what you do is you just siphon off the talent into other studios, spin-up studios, things of that nature. Hey, somebody ordered some soda from Sprecher with my code. Thank you so much for doing that. If you guys didn't know, I don't talk about my sponsors enough, and I need to be better about this. I say this all the time, but we do work with Sprecher, and I'm not really a soda drinker, and I really like their soda. I'm not a fan of root beer, and their root beer is so excellent. I actually think their favorite of mine is the Orange Dream. It's kind of like a creamsicle in a can. So if you're a soda drinker, it's fire brewed craft soda. It's made with honey. It is very, very good, and I am not a soda drinker, and I like it. If you're looking for meal replacers, we also work with Control. If you like to have those like meal replacement shakes, if you've ever ordered from Control or Sprecher, just use my code. Just use code LONO at those various places. If you're a coffee drinker, we did bring back the coffee way back in the day. If you remember, no, it's not low sugar. If you're like a low sugar guy, this is going to be your typical sugar for a soda. Yeah. If you guys used to get the coffee back in the day when it was like the Rageless Roast or whatever, it's now Reforged Roast. It's the same coffee, same great flavor, same balanced acidity. I'm supposed to be doing that every single day. I stopped because we're eventually going to have a little runner animation down here to promote the various things that we have. Those are all great ways to support what I do. Do they have 0-calorie soda? No, I don't think they do. They're all these cans are in the 200s. I don't mind the grind. I like grind. They took away 75% of the activities and locations, so I'm just doing the same handful of missions. Yeah. I've had your coffee before, and it is wonderful. It is the exact same coffee that I sold way back in the day. We had a company flavor match it for us. So, the beans are responsibly sourced. They're multi-origin. They're balanced acidity. It's very good. It's a tear and seal resealable bag. It's got all the stats on the back. It's a high-quality product. This is not like some sponsor either. This is something that like I actually spend money on. My wife and kiddos ship it to you. They put little thank you notes in them. So, if you're outside of the USA, I'd rather give subs or throwing bits. Yes, if you're outside the US, the coffee's not. It's kind of a non-starter because we can't really ship outside the US. It just gets way too expensive. So. I hope you don't still have problems unloading the pallets of coffee. I still have the kiddos' drawings on my fridge. No, yeah, we actually haven't had to order the coffee that much recently. The coffee orders have slowed way down. We switched from doing it ourselves to Shopify, and then switched back to doing it ourselves. And whenever we switched to Shopify, sales just plummeted. And I don't know if it was because people lost their accounts and their history. I'm not sure what happened, but when we made that switch, it was disastrous, which is really disappointing because people really liked it, and it was like a thing every day. It was like, oh, somebody ordered some coffee. For whatever reason, when we switched storefronts, it really, really hurt it, and we're not really sure why. It was very strange. It's never really gotten back to where it was. I don't know. Not really sure. We never got feedback on it. Nobody ever said that there was issues. The coffee's reasonably priced. We ship extremely fast. So, like, you order it and have it within, like, 3 to 5 days instead of, like, a lot of places you're going to wait almost 2 full weeks. So, we're not really sure. So, and then I stopped promoting it because I was like, well, this just gets kind of awkward. I'm promoting something that people, I guess, don't want anymore. And I'm just measuring that and thinking through that. The bulk of what we focus on now is we're just trying to foster that, that culture of like, we do extra content, there's members, we're not a very large channel on either platform, and so we're just trying to plot that course with you guys and with the community. As a fan of both Star Wars and Destiny 2, Renegades does not excite me at all that much. Well, because it to me it's just kind of chintzy. It doesn't look like, I don't know. It doesn't look like a substantive thing. It just looks like it looks, I don't know. I feel like it really sort of cheapens the game when you start doing that sort of thing. When you sort of latch on to something because you're just like, you're almost like desperate to give people the reason to like come back. It's like, hello, fellow kids. It's like, hey, we got this cool thing. You can get a lightsaber, right? You can get Han Solo's blaster. This is cool, right? You guys like this kind of thing, right? And it's just like, I think it dilutes the game's identity. I mean, I said this the other day, and it might seem a little bit harsh, and maybe it's a little bit, hyperbolic, but I really feel like the game is not really dying with dignity. It doesn't feel like you're dying with dignity. Instead of just kind of like, okay, the sun's setting on our game. This is really not, this isn't going to be this knockdown, drag out winner anymore. We're not going to be the game we once were. Like instead of that, it's like we're doing this like chintzy relevancy dilution thing. We're like, oh, Star Wars thing. I don't know. I haven't touched the game since 2021, and it just kind of makes me sad. It's like, that's what the game's become, you know? Since I don't care about Kepler that much, currently I'm playing all Portal activities free to play, even if it's an activity on Kepler through the Portal, it's free. Kind of weird, but I was able to play whenever I feel like shooting something without owning the expansion. I want a sub, but I was already gifted. Should I wait until the gifted runs out? You should be able to upgrade. You should be able to use the upgrade command and upgrade. If it doesn't let you upgrade, any of you that are trying to pick up your own membership, go to the join tab, like you're trying to join my channel, and click the 3 dots up in the corner and just toggle your gifting to like not receive gifts on my channel. The number one need we've been focusing on this for a year, is getting folks out of the gifted funnel and picking up their own memberships, because there's a lot of people that can't afford it. And by and large, there's about 2,000 or more people every month on a gifted. And if we could just get a percentage every month to decide to jump out of that pool, it would really open a lot of doors for us. It's like focused on a lot. We do a lot for members. We do like weekend streams, Friday night streams. We do lots of those incentives because like that's literally necessary. Like that's part of what we do. And that would become less prominent and less of a focal point if we weren't so lopsided in that regard. You know, we're very, very top heavy in that regard. So that's why I'm always like, hey, for the price of a cup of coffee a month, you know, you can get out of that gifted funnel, and it would make a huge difference. It's just a game that I'm diehard. Nothing is real. Star Wars theme is fine. I mean, everybody's going to have different opinions on it. My personal opinion is it's very immersion breaking to be going into a universe like Destiny and seeing like a stormtrooper running around the tower, or a stormtrooper on a planet, or in my raid, or I'm sorry, in my strike or something. It just feels really chintzy and kind of dumb. It's like, what are we doing here? You know, and I know people are like, oh, but they've always done things like that. And it's like, I don't think that's true. They did like Halloween events and things like that, which felt like they tried to kind of ground them in the universe, right? You had masks that were based within the universe itself. They had, you know, the dawning, like they had their own versions of different like holidays and things like that. A festival of the lost and stuff like that. But again, it really feels like this Fortnite-ification where everybody is convinced they can be the next Fortnite with live service. But I also think everybody's convinced, well, we can do what Fortnite does, just put pop culture in your game. You know, and it just feels like slop at that point. It's like, well, what relevancy does this even have in your game? Why is my name not Sven anymore? They're showing your account name now, which you can change in settings. I don't know why YouTube did this, and they didn't say anything. They just did it today at random. All of a sudden, everybody's names were different. You probably don't like Street Fighter cosmetics. What's good, B12? Well, think of it from this perspective. For the longest time, Destiny has been this living world. And you go in, and there's planets, and there's strikes, and there's things to do. It's this lived-in world. It's this place that you go. And that place has a feel and a vibe. And all of a sudden, you go in, and it feels like Fortnite. Do you see? Like, once it feels like Fortnite, it's like, well, wait, what am I actually engaging with now? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like it sort of takes away the immersion and the feel when you're like, oh, I'm kind of in a shopping mall for cosmetics. It feels like you're literally walking around a cosmetic store. It feels like the fourth wall has been destroyed, and you just have people kind of walking around who, you know, are walking advertisements for monetization. Like, does that make sense? It's like it doesn't. It just kind of cheapens, you know, the game. Um, sorry, just responding to somebody on a comment here. The PlayStation job posting. They're like, we're here in the 5 stages of grief. You're in denial. It's like, it's funny that you would accuse me of denial as the people that are covering this are in denial about what was actually said by Nishino and Holst as they fixate and clickbait and rage bait a job posting. Like, self-awareness is real low these days, boys. Like, who's in denial? Remember when Ava Levante first came to the tower? Look how far we've come. Remember when everybody thought that microtransactions were Activision's idea? You guys remember that? Do you remember that? Everybody thought that the microtransactions in Destiny, that was Activision's idea. It's all Activision's fault. And then we find out, no. Sorry, not Eve. No, I corrected it as I said it. Okay, here's something I'm going to do. I like to keep these streams under 3 hours if I can help it. If I can help it. But I will extend if we have good reason to, right? I put the stream in your hands because the past broadcast on YouTube tends to get better treatment if it's not super long, but I'm willing when people are going a little buck wild. So I'm going to give you guys about 9 minutes. If we can hit 550, I'll just keep going. We don't have an upload today. We don't have anything else to do today. But I'm going to put the stream in your hands. You guys have some time here. Check your renewals, check your primes, get a little train going of singles or fives or whatever. It won't take very long to get the, what would that even be? The 38. The 38 needed. That would not take long at all. But I'm going to let you guys extend if you want. If not, we'll just go to Green Room. That's totally fine. We're well ahead on pace this week. But I just sometimes I'm like, yeah, we could go to Green Room. But I'm like, well, people are having a good time. They're vibing. I'll put the stream in your hands. So that's something that you guys can do periodically as like a random incentive gauntlet goal that we do. We need 8 more for 350. Oh, yeah, on the light count, too. Make sure you guys are hitting the light count on YouTube. I remember when they dropped Activision and Bungie was on their own, and Bungie could finally make the game that they wanted to, and then it was who was saving us from, and it was Activision who was saving us from the scum. Pepperidge Farge remembers. That's right. The Whisper of the Word skin paid for the raid. Now, I remember when they walked through that, it really got misrepresented. I still defend them saying that. The intention was they had it was an exotic, hey, somebody ordered some coffee, it's 3 bags of dart for Eugene. I was like wondering if it was going to be a long-standing someone who orders or not. Didn't it pay for a mission? Yeah, there was an exotic decoration or ornament that basically was generated enough money to pay for like a mission, and people essentially, and this is very common, they sort of bad faith interpreted what was said, and it was like, well, I followed you on Twitch, next Twitch sub you can have. Oh, thank you. Well, guys, if you order cosmetics, it'll pay for content. And that's not what they were saying. What they were trying to communicate was these optional decorative things can actually really, really help the game. Because, like, it's just there if people want it, and when they buy it, it actually pays for stuff. It pays for the game to get more content. The intention of the statement was not to say, well, if you guys buy stuff in the Eververse, it's going to keep the content flowing. That was not the purpose of it. It was really, really misinterpreted. Tuned in late, so I'm not sure if you covered this. Matt Pizzicatella did update the PlayStation top-selling games list Other one had an error. Elden Ring Night Rain number 1, Forza Horizon 5 number 2. I didn't see that $5 super chat. What was the previous number 1 and number 2 spots then? What did he have that was in error? I felt like those were at the top. Maybe I looked at a different one. So I again feel like a lot of that was heavily misinterpreted. I feel like there were similar things that were misinterpreted at the time. There were other things that were said a long time ago. I forget what it was. I remember I made a video about it. I was running around on Venus. I think I was like running. Oh, they had Forza in the number 1 spot. Oh, okay. What was I saying? Oh, and like Luke Smith said something that like really upset people. And I remember being like, people are really, really misinterpreting what he said. I can't remember what it was. So. All right, you guys have 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes to extend. I'm going to schedule Green Room so we're ready to rock. It's okay if we don't extend. I'm totally fine with that. The stream keeps on going for paying members, which is a great reason to be a paying member. We go to the Green Room. If you want to upgrade to Member Plus or VIP, that helps me, and that helps the content. We'll do Member Plus or higher. Done. That's what it was, Echo Doctrine. Yeah. He was talking to a guy that he had rapport with, and he said, if I showed you this cosmetic, you'd be throwing money at the screen, right? And people, like, egregiously misinterpreted what he said. He was not saying that you guys are suckers, that you guys are dumb, that like if all I got to do is show you a chintzy cosmetic and you'd be throwing money at the screen. That's not what he was saying. He was talking to somebody that he had a rapport with, and he knew the guy and his personality. And he knew that, yeah, you'd throw money at the screen if I showed you this thing that we're cooking up, this cosmetic or whatever. Like, so again, I think there's been a bit of a history of sometimes when somebody says something like that, or they position something in a way, there are people that will sort of read it in the worst light possible and create this like narrative, that, oh yeah, he said we'll throw money at the screen, and it's like that's not what he said. So, all right, if you guys are going to scramble to extend, we need 38 members in 3 minutes. You're going to have to hustle. Somebody's got to poke the line first to try to stoke the fires. If not, I'm going to spam a link in chat. We're going to go to the Green Room. And then Purple. I got half a mind to not stream Green Room today on Purple today because the viewership's been absurdly, not absurdly high. I meant to say unusually. It's been unusually high, probably because we're talking Destiny. Luke Smith, the 2 Whisper ornaments paid for 0 hour. Right, and then people interpret his words in the worst way possible, and they create this notion that he's like, yeah, if you buy cosmetics, it pays for content. And it's like, he was just trying to give people a picture into how something completely optional and decorative like that can be so good, for the funding of the game. I don't think there was anything wrong with either instance. If you don't stream Green Room on Purple, then I'm missing out on content that I sub for on Purple. I don't know why they won't let me limit the sub. It says minimum requirements I have to stream for unique 90 days as a partner or an affiliate. I've been a partner and an affiliate since like the middle of April. I wonder if the minute I got partner, it reset the clock and I got to stream 90 days unique as a partner. I don't even remember when we got approved as a partner. When was that? I don't remember. We've received your no. Partnership, no. Change my username. You're invited to the partner program was in the middle of June. So we're probably not going to be able to do sub-only content on Purple until July, August, probably October. Gosh, that pisses me off. Anyway, all right. I'm going to spam a link in chat. We're going to go to the Green Room. on YouTube. Guys, use the link or ride the redirect. Thank you so much for being a supporter of the channel. If you're a member plus or if you are VIP, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for that ongoing support of the channel. You guys are the reason we're able to do this. You guys are well ahead on pace. If we hit 600, Madam and I are going to play a VR game on Friday night where I've got the headset on and she's having to guide me with her phone. And then if you guys hit 1,000 on the week, we'll do a Saturday stream. I should be able to stream even longer on Saturday as well. That'll be a nice send-off for me going on vacation. I'm going to end the previous stream. Silent, what the frick? A 50 bomb. It's too late. 562. You frickin' maniac. I got to end the stream, and I can't now. 78 plus. The contest doesn't even matter. It's over. I can't end the stream until all the members hit. Dadgummit. You just held me hostage. I was getting ready to hit end stream and redirect, and now I gotta wait. you jerk. I mean, thank you so much for gifting, but you jerk, I gotta sit here and wait now. If I end the stream, that people might not get their memberships. Dadgummit. I already started Green Room. I can't turn it off. We're sorry to hurt you with our toxic generosity. Yeah, that is some toxic generosity if I've ever freaking seen it. Sounds like a good problem to have. You know I love you, Silent Spartan. I know I just have to sit here. This stinking Green Room's already running. It's still going, too. It takes so long for 50s to come through. Like, it's immediate on purple. Like, when somebody does a 50 on purple or 100, it's just like, brant, and it's just in chat. On YouTube, it's like, ding, 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 ding. It just, like, puts chat on an elevator. A really slow elevator. Okay. Okay, it's done. All right. Now, listen. Nobody else do it because it's still going. I'm going to put a link in chat. The link got pushed out of chat. Hang on a second. Is it done? Okay, it's done. Okay, let me get the link again. I'm going to put the link in chat, and then I've got to end the stream and redirect people over because the Green Room's already going. Are we back? I can't end the Green Room and I suppose I could set up a redirect and end Green Room, but I don't want to do that. I mean, we're already past 3 hours now. So it's kind of fruitless. I don't know. I don't know what the call is. It's only noon. I could definitely bring the guys back from Green Room. GG Silent. Yeah, friggin' Silent Spartan here pulling a boomerang rubber band on us here. There's only 15 people in Green Room. All right, here's what we're going to do. This is going to be the weirdest freaking thing that we've ever done. All right, I'm going to customize Green Room. I'm going to redirect you guys back to the live stream. And then I'll just delete this Green Room. All right, give me a second. I'm going to provide them a link. I didn't even think about this. We can definitely do this. I can redirect folks back. All right, so here's what we're going to do. All right, so Green Room, there's a link in chat. Just come on back. All right, so I ended the Green Room. And they're going to come back. Because a frickin' Silent Spartan. I'm going to wait a few minutes, like 60 seconds or so, and then I'm going to delete it. I feel like I'm being toyed with. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It's Silent Spartan did it. You blame him. Blame him. There's a 3-minute Green Room. Grand opening, grand closing. I didn't even try to extend and like drag it out. I legit was like, all right, we're getting out of here. We're going to Green Room. And this homie's just like, yeah, let me drop a 50 bomb out of nowhere. Picked a good time to tune in. What's good, Broken Surprise? Look at this jerk passing the buck. It's not my fault. All right, hang on. Let me delete that Green Room because that doesn't serve any purpose now. Okay. All right, well, anyway, we're just going to continue to sit here and talk and chat and chill. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button. Try to get us to 400 likes. That way this video is going to need a little bit of help later because it's long. Pause. Metroid tomorrow. I'm seeing speculation that, yeah, they might give us the date for Metroid because somebody said there's like an earnings call like the day after, and they don't have release dates for Metroid. What if they shadow drop it? Because they had those signs that said Metroid available today or whatever that went up early in that one. That was like was it in England or somewhere? So maybe they're just like, it's available today. It's a third-party direct. I know it's a third-party direct, but that's what people are saying. They're like, the day after is like an earnings call. So I don't know. It could be Metroid. It's hard to know. I do owe you guys 5 members now because on YouTube because Silent did that. So let me do the 5 members that I owe you guys. I'm ready for Metroid. That dongle lets me use my DualSense. Hang on, I'm going to get an email about that. There we go. It's not my fault, says the man running his own talk show, doing whatever he wants. This is true, but I didn't tell Silent Spartan to do that. He did that on his own. That was his choice. Let me clear the question command. All right. Well, what do you guys want to do? I think we kind of took the Destiny topic and we kind of ran out of stuff to talk about. Marshmallow with a member plus. We'll finally see if the Metroid gameplay teaser we saw was Switch 2 footage or not. I think it was. Yeah, I got a lot of disagreement when I speculated that. Thank you so much getting us to 563 there. I guess I will add to the member battle. So that would be 79 plus 50. So we should be at 129. All right. 129 to 14. So Twitch, you guys are still in this. You just need 115 members to tie it. Is Warframe in 2026 the next Destiny killer 10 years later? Sorry for being MIA. Been some rough months. I lost my dad. My job screwed me over. Just hit a rough spot. Missed you all, Lono, in chat. Man, that's... man. That's rough, bro. This guy says, every video I see, you're down on anything Bungie. This is from someone that liked your content, was a sub on Twitch, watched you on YouTube, and you got wrongly banned. I also know your Destiny ban was BS, but every chance you get, you take a swipe. Like when on multiple occasions, I've defended Bungie's live service experience in helping Sony. And I wonder why I take swipes at a company that uses its platform to spread lies and harm my ability to provide for my family. Yeah, I wonder why I sometimes take swipes. Corporations are not your friends. I have been gentle with that frickin' company. Like, I have been frickin' gentle. You know what I'm saying? Them keys, yeah, they're loud. Like, I can't believe this guy periodically takes swipes at Bungie. I couldn't think of a possible reason why he might not like the company. Why are you making this personal? He asks of the man who was personally attacked by the company. Right. Like, I have been generally very gentle and fair to the company over the years. I've been very fair. I give them credit where credit is due. You know, I don't, people will come in and say things that I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like you're being fair to them. I don't feel like you're being fair to the company. It's not the whole company. You did 5 videos in the last 90 days. I better slow down in my crusade against Bungie. Should people still have a chance to get tier 5 drops even if they're in the 200s? It's like a 1%. Is a 1% chance enough? I don't know the inner workings of the game to comment on those percentages. God forbid someone not glaze a company every chance they get. My question is, have I said anything about them that has been inaccurate or unfair? Instead of just saying, like, oh, you take swipes at them, like, what have I said that's been unfair would be my question to this gentleman. You know? You want to run your mouth on Twitter like all these other cowards. Eric. What? Tell me. Tell me, what have I said that's been unfair about the company? I was critical of the way they portrayed Marathon in that showcase. It felt very lackluster. I was critical of them, I don't know, stealing art and being dishonest about it. I've been critical of the way they even positioned Marathon from the beginning. Felt like it was setting it up for failure. Have I said anything that's been unfair or inaccurate in my criticisms of Marathon? In my criticisms of the company? How they've handled their social presence? How they've used their own blog to center their company around very divisive social issues and political issues instead of just making their blogs, their platforms, and their Twitter accounts about the dadgum game? Like, maybe that's why a lot of people aren't playing your frickin' game anymore, because you started to use your platform for things that weren't about the game. Like, where have I been unfair to Bungie? Where have I been overly critical or, like, taken, like, unfair swipes? You know what I mean? What happened to the Green Room scheduled video? Somebody went nuts and gifted members and extended the stream. His name's Silent Spartan. So if you blame him, blame him. It's all been facts. They've been doing bad things and getting criticized. Right. You run the company into the red and have to lay people off. And if Sony wasn't there to scoop up 250 some odd people and save them, those people would all be out of a job. Your criticisms have all been justified. If anything, those who know the extent of the harm they caused you would say, you have twisted the knife enough. Oh, I think he meant to say I haven't twisted the knife enough. It's like covering the Browns in the NFL. You talk a lot of crap because they're always crapping the bed. Like, yeah, what do you want me to do? Where has Bungie been doing a good job? And I've, like, failed to, like, what? Get clap for them? Good job. You know, there's still 800 people employed and the building isn't on fire. You know. And yeah, they're not like executing people in the streets. Good job. Like, what do you think they need to be given credit for? Have we not transferred to Green Room? We extended because of a 50 bomb. Yeah, they stole that artwork really good. They took ownership of the stolen artwork really. They did a really good job of taking ownership. They did a great job. Joker Quinn says, I wonder if anyone has told the Browns that they don't live up to their name. I think you've actually been more positive about Destiny than I would have guessed with everything that happened. I used to watch your Destiny content religiously. I was in your soccer picture. Oh, you were in the soccer picture? Yeah, like, I really don't appreciate anybody trying to claim that I've had a crusade against the company. I completely abandon any notion of vengeance against every person that lied, against every person that refused to do the right thing. To this day, there are people just living with skeletons in their closet and mountains of lies told that they will seemingly never fess up to or own up to, right? And it's like, I completely abandoned all ideas or notions of vengeance. So to insinuate that I've been on a crusade against Bungie is just so dishonest and so unfair to me, given everything that company did and everything that all of their lackeys and their little servants did for them. Like, I feel like I have been incredibly measured and incredibly fair to them as a company. Like, to insinuate otherwise, I think is just insulting. The high road's a more peaceful one. It's a very, very difficult road to take, especially when, a company seemingly is out here asking for it with all the mistakes they've made and how they've handled so many things. Magic Dolphin with 24 months. Destiny will forever be in my memory as a back in the day, but it's difficult to come by these days at the game. Cheers. And then Edward Hulse with 24 months and a member plus says, can't wait for the Nintendo Partner Showcase tomorrow. Hoping for Silksong. Also, if interested in Destiny is waning, Bungie's in deep trouble. Thank you so much. That takes the member count to 565. We're 10 away from the old milestone. I don't do the old milestones anymore. Junebug coming in with a prime. 29 months. That's a lot of months, Junebug. Thank you so much. 566. Do we start referring to Bungie as the factory of sadness? No, I don't think so. You've probably been kinder to Bungie than any of the people that complained would have been. Yeah, I saw Night Rain Duos was delayed because of the earthquake and the potential impending tsunamis. Yeah, that's freaking scary, man. I hated what happened. You're still my Destiny GOAT. I appreciate it. I remember all that drama. It made me realize how messed up a lot of people are to do you so wrong. I don't know if people are quote unquote messed up. I think it's easy. I think it's easy to get lost in the fray of thinking that you're doing the right thing. That's what I think a lot of people do in those instances. GTA 6 Countdown reporting that Red Dead Redemption 2's next-gen update for PS5 and the Series X and S is expected to be revealed tomorrow alongside a Nintendo Switch 2 port. This info comes directly from insider Nate the Hate, who accurately leaked the Nintendo Direct would happen before the end of July. I'm telling you, if we get a Red Dead Redemption 2 update that updates the res and the FPS to 60, I'm here to tell you, man, that company is really signaling that that's a priority for GTA 6. always remember watching Corridors of Time on Lono's stream. That was peak Destiny. No other content creator would have handled it as gracefully as you did. You'd have been justified to go scorched earth. You held back with enormous restraint. There are still things that I could expose, and I have just made peace with there's no reason to do it because I will not be an agent of someone's freedom. I would prefer them live with what they did and let the lies eat away at them from the inside out. Because if I were to bring any of it out, they would just claim, oh, he's just desperately trying to clamor for relevancy. You know, he's a failure and his career's over and he's just trying to, you know, this is a last ditch effort. So it's like, no, I'm not going to let you twist it and distort it and continue to misrepresent me. I just won't even ever say a word about it. I'll never drag it out and expose it. Never. Nate the Hate is saying, I didn't say that. Nate the Hate is saying, I'm sorry, what? I didn't say that. So that GTA 6 countdown account is just making stuff up. Yeah, I don't see a single claim from Nate the Hate. Where are they getting this? Hang on, I'm going to copy a link to that tweet. And we're going to do request community note. And be like, Nate the Hate's literally saying he didn't say this. So in fact, Lono is taking the approach that will cause them the most pain. It just looks like grace. It's just a secondary benefit, Zoob. I came to that realization. Like, I made peace with it. I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to drag all this out and turn it into some kind of a, you know, mudsling fight. But then I realized they would have just weaponized it against me. And they would have been able to be like, well, you know, we handled this privately and we're friends. You know, like, the directory had its own Christopher Barrett. Is what I'll say, and that they would just dress it up and claim like, oh, we handled this off, and then they would have just been able to use it to make me look bad. So it's like, no, I'm not playing that game, dude. Not playing that game. Nate the Hate really said, take my name out of your mouth. He literally replied to their tweet, and he's like, what are you talking about? I didn't say this. I didn't say this. Corridors was legendary. You become very successful with variety. Here's our biggest struggle with variety. I'll just be honest with you guys. The biggest struggle with variety is when you niche down into a game or topic, you kind of get like this natural growth trajectory and reservoir of people because they're like, oh, I'm always interested in this thing. Let's say it's Destiny, but there's also guys who just exclusively cover World of Warcraft or whatever, right? So you don't sound that innocent? Yeah, I'm not that innocent. Shut up, Javier. So, like, there is a benefit to that because when someone goes to YouTube and they're like, I am interested in Destiny, they're going to search Destiny. They're going to find Destiny creators. They're going to find Destiny content. There are people searching Destiny today. They found this stream. Guess what they're going to do when I'm not covering Destiny? I'm going to hit their homepage. They're not going to click. I might not even hit their homepage. Right? I might not even hit their homepage. Eric, thank you for 6 months. Welcome back. Thanks for using your Prime. So it's like, I might not even hit their homepage. Because it's like, well, tomorrow, for example, like Nintendo and Battlefield, if you have very clearly communicated to the platform that, like, you're not interested in those things, I might not even show up on that person's, you know, homepage channel on YouTube. If I booted up tomorrow and did another stream about Destiny and did another commentary about something that they're doing, well, guess what would happen? I would end up in front of those people. So niching down into one particular game has those advantages. When you're variety, it's just like a lot of the people are going to be here on a Monday, and then the rest of the week they're not here due to the topics. Like, they're just not going to show up, which makes perfectly good sense, right? I have clicked on many a channel and watched their commentary on something like I've been watching like these documentaries on like the Souls games and Elden Ring and criticism and some of the debates within that community, okay? Well, I've been getting more and more of those videos on my homepage, but I'm not clicking on them because like I'm not like a Souls guy. Like I'm not trying to absorb the deep lore of Elden Ring. I was just interested in that discussion. So now I'm not watching that content. But anybody who's very, very interested in those Souls games, those Souls discussions, like they're gonna sub to those channels. So we've been consistently trying to think of ways that we could sort of niche down and narrow what we cover in order to kind of assist with this, but it's like seemingly impossible without like a game to orbit around. Because when I cover Destiny, that's it. That's all you're going to get. You're going to come to my Twitch channel. That's what I'm talking about and covering. You're going to come to my YouTube. That's all I'm talking about and covering. You're just not going to get anything else. And the real difficulty with that now is if you're going to like plant your flag in a game, you've got to be confident that that game has legs and is going to go the distance. We have seen plenty of games crop up that don't have legs. Like New World felt like it was going to be like the next big MMO. And then like 6 months later, obviously we know what happened. Like the player base was like a fraction of what it was. Interest had gone way, way down. So the answer is Halo. Yeah, the answer is Halo. So that's a pretty significant difficulty is like, I don't even know if we could niche down into a game because a lot of the games that keep coming out that want to be like forever games and they want to be like live service games. I just don't even know a lot of the times, number one, are they going to appeal to me? And then number two, are they going to have staying power? Like, is somebody going to care about this game in 2 years? As an example, we know that there's like a Horizon MMO being worked on by like NCSoft. Is that even going to matter 18 months after it releases? Like, is anybody going to give a frick? Like, live service games, ongoing games are so tenuous. They can seem like they're going to be so strong and so popular, and then they just immediately don't. Like, a good example would be that Rematch soccer game, right? I thought that game had massive potential. I thought, man, a lot of skill ceiling here, a lot of skill expression here. This game could be incredible. And they just haven't really captured lightning in a bottle, and the player numbers just keep going down. They don't have cross-play enabled, and there's cheating. So like that's the issue, right? That's the problem they're running into, and it's like that's not even necessarily their fault. Like it is and it isn't. Like they ran into difficulties with crossplay, so they're like, "Hey, we're going to bring crossplay. We're committed to bring crossplay." But then they also ran into the fact that like we had cheaters. You definitely popped up right in my feed today. That's why I always tell folks, if you miss the talk show that was Destiny, it's the same show. We're having the same vibrant debates and dialogue and back and forth. It's very interactive. There's Q&A. There's a Discord. There's a community. Hit sub, hit that bell button, and just come here every day and hang out, right? So you're covering Destiny again? I can't play the dadgum game. I really wouldn't be interested in playing and covering the game. Because I think that they basically just set themselves on a course of expeditious decline, and I think that's going to lead to more layoffs and more problems. Rematch at 13K right now. Rematch is one of those games that really proves the notion, like, you've got to hit the ground running. No pun intended given the game. You got to hit the ground running. And they just didn't. They hit the ground and they had really, really good reasons for people to not play. Lack of crossplay and cheating. And I said the same thing about Night Rain. I said the lack of crossplay, another studio wouldn't necessarily be able to weather that. They wouldn't be able to weather that. That would be considered like a significant issue and problem. And look at what happens when you don't have crossplay. Like, it makes it very hard for people to play together. So you go from almost like 100,000 concurrents in that soccer game on Steam to now a fraction of that. Just an absolute fraction. Like, it just fell way, way down. I don't like this question because I feel like it's not appropriate, but if a D3 came around and you weren't banned, would you consider playing it? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if they banned me in Destiny 3 after all this time, I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. I think that would be very strange, and maybe I think I'd be pretty pathetic. That would be very odd. But yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, at some point, and I don't expect the people that are like unhealthily engaging in stuff like this on Twitter, that like to this day they hate my guts. There are people that think I'm guilty of like stuff that, you know, is like lifetime in prison. They literally think that about me. And I think those people are just kind of unhinged. I don't know if any of those people will ever get to a better place about it. I think they probably have some deep-seated issues. But at some point you have to say, can we let bygones be bygones? Can we move on? Like if in 4 or 5 years, a Destiny 3 were to come out, okay? People had issues with comments I made or my behavior in like 2018, right? So in 2029, a decade later, are you still going to be like, I have a problem with that guy till the end of time? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I just wonder if at a point people say, this guy hugged the cactus for longer than was even really necessary or required for very minor things, for very benign offenses that were misrepresented, exaggerated, or just flat out lied about. Like, at some point you have to say, this was unjust, and making somebody hug a cactus eternally for things they didn't even do is absurd. But the problem is the average person it's hard to change people's minds about things. I think it's very difficult to change people's minds about things. They see something, it becomes their headcanon, and they just think he's a horrible blankety blank, he's a liar, you know, he admitted to everything. None of those things are true, but they think that, right? Once that becomes headcanon, it's really, really hard to get people to not think that. It's extremely difficult. They've just kind of made up their mind. That's why I said earlier, there's always that small part of me that, like, I see these really big content creators blowing up these false accusations and defending people and doing deep dives into what really happened to so-and-so. And it's just such a shame that 5 years ago, there wasn't really a market for that. Because if 5 years ago, some of the people that now have that platform, the diligence, and the power to stand against that type of thing, I think they would have done it. I think they would have been like, this is ridiculous. And they would have helped put a stop to it, and they would have helped run counter narrative. They would have helped run the truth, honestly. It's not even about counter narrative. It's about like the actual truth. The problem is now no one cares, because it's like, who's that guy? He's a nobody. You know what I mean? Because like I've seen Tectone using his platform to go to bat against this kind of nonsense, because he's experienced it himself with people saying horrible things about him that aren't true. And I've always kind of thought, man, if he got a hold of what happened to me, he'd eviscerate it. But I'm a nobody. Like, it's like that you have to have relevancy for that kind of thing for people to care about that kind of thing. So half the people that were there either don't stream Destiny or don't even stream at all. In 5 years, will there even be people around to say false crap? Oh, it's more about people in the community, Gilly. It's more about people in the community. Like, I poked my head into an Astrocross stream. I said one thing, and somebody in his community just, like, immediately went in on me and called me all these terrible things. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that to his vibe. I'm going to leave. Like, I'm not going to sit here and bring that presence. It's not even something that I'm doing, right? But there's just a big collection of people. Now, the minute you get outside, of that community, and you just have, like, general people on YouTube that have kind of educated themselves on it and have watched the upper echelon video, anybody outside the Destiny community knows that stuff's bogus, right? There are people who hate my guts, and they think I'm like a grifting liar and I'm like anti-Xbox. Even they know that stuff's bogus, and they have a lot of reason to like leverage it in a mean way, and they don't. So he's not the type of dude you want to have your back on anything. I don't know Tectone personally. We actually at one point were following each other. I don't know what happened. I think he said he like nuked his list and he was like refollowing people or whatever. But at one point we were actually following each other a long time ago. And I'm just saying there are people like that now with really big platforms that are standing up against this stuff. And there just really wasn't a context for that 5 years ago, which is really unfortunate. I was kind of all on my own. And it's like, if you try to do this sort of thing now, like really vague remarks, let's cancel this guy, let's ruin his career over like vague claims and also things that were found out to be false, these guys would light that crap up and people would be less. I think nowadays people would be very, very scared to attempt what they did back then because they know it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. It wouldn't stand up to questions, which is why back then that was very much villainized. Don't ask questions. Don't ask for evidence. Like, you know, testimony is evidence. And then tweets disappeared, claims disappeared, entire timelines got scrubbed because they got caught in lies. And so nowadays, though, it would have been immediately put in check. And it would have been immediately been like, wait, what the frick are you saying here? Like, this guy is guilty of what exactly? Like a remark? I don't understand. How many years? Like, I don't think it would survive today because there's too many people with platforms that take the time to actually like look into the claims. Tectone is actually a good dude. Anyone who says otherwise hasn't looked into them. I've never had any major issues with him at all. And again, I've seen him kind of going to bat for people that get accused of things that aren't true. He's obviously going to bat for himself as well because that's happened to him. And I just support that mentality. I support the mentality of innocent until proven guilty. I will always support that mentality. I told you guys that. Even when it happens to somebody that I don't like, I'm like, we need to wait. We need to wait. We need there to be an official investigation. I did that with Barrett. I was like, it might not be true. We should wait. We should wait. What if it's not true? What if they're trying to get out of paying the money? And then Sony fired back with the emails and the text messages and stuff. And I was like, okay, yeah, this guy deserved what he got, you know. Why Bungie changed the logo? What are you talking about? Bungie changed the logo. Upper Echelon had your back. He absolutely did. Well, Upper Echelon doesn't even like me. He doesn't even like me. That was what was so funny about that video. I agree. You're not a nobody. You are a small somebody, but figuratively and literally, you're a small somebody. That's right. That's right. Content creators that like to do that, though, they're typically going to do it with something of significance, right? Like, I sent the Upper Echelon video to Tectone in a DM, and I was like, this is really relevant to a lot of the stuff you've been covering lately. And I don't think he even saw it. It's really hard to DM and network now on Twitter because of the bots. But again, I even think it'd be like, that's old news. Who are you again? Like, who are you? You know? All right, you know, it's like, that's not something I'm out here campaigning for. It's just one of those things where I was like, it would probably be a lot different if something like this tried to happen today. Because I think people just have more of a hesitancy to buy in. So 10 years of being nobody is the biggest and probably only lie Lono has ever told. I definitely in 2020 was not a nobody. I was a main stage host at E3 2019 for Twitch. I was getting hosting opportunities. I was a part of Intel Game Night in New York and Shoutcast at Fortnite at a professional level and was becoming an unstoppable force in the directory, which is why they did what they did. So it's like, yeah, I don't think I ever claimed back then. I think my frustration with how they tried to paint me was they took really, really random snippets of conversations from like 2016 and 2017 when I was a nobody and tried to make it seem like I was some big giant creator flexing my muscle and like trying to use that as leverage over somebody. Some of the people that were like making claims about me, like they were bigger streamers than me. Like when they would co-stream with me, it would help me because they were bigger, like in the division and stuff. So from like 2017 to like 2019, I wasn't really anything that of power or significance or influence. It was 2019 into 2020 when everything changed. There was just a growth pattern that like got put into overdrive. E3 helped, and then a bunch of events in Destiny helped. Quarters of Time helped. The Almighty crashing helped. Yeah, 2020, everybody was stuck at home. So, like, viewership for all content creators went way, way up in the first 6 months of 2020. Like, the growth patterns were stupid. So what happened was everybody sees who I was in 2020 and they think, oh, he was such a big guy and everybody was scared of him. He was this big content creator back in 2017 and 2018. Nobody would cross him. I was like, that's absolute BS. I was a nobody back then. I was surprised I even got invited to the events back then. It was like, huh, me? I was streaming to like, 200 people back then. It was like nothing. It wasn't like, oh yeah, 8,000 viewers during the Almighty event. Do you see what I'm saying? So it was very much like a lot of smoke and mirrors and a lot of misleading tactics to make it seem like I was somebody that I wasn't. Like, somebody claimed that I should have had all of my platforms stripped from me because I used my platforms to get to these people and manipulate them. And it's like, in 2017 and in 2018, I didn't have a platform. I was just another streamer going to the event like everybody else. I was largely not known. I was a nobody. Like the one Guardian Con, I think like 20 people lined up to like meet me, and that was it. It wasn't like, like Dado had a line like wrapped around the area where he was standing. It was absurd, right? Like it was not even remotely true to claim that I had like some kind of power or some kind of influence in 2017 or in 2018. Like, oh, he's this big streamer, he's going to ruin our career. It's like, no, that isn't true. The funny thing is that's called transference, because there was people of size and influence who were protected by their size and influence, and they were able to cover up their misconduct. So it's interesting that they cast me as that demon, because it actually wasn't me. I wasn't the person of size and influence that was able to sway people into silence. That's actually somebody else. It's not me. And so that's transference. Like when you write about somebody and you say that, it's a self-report. Because in 2018, I didn't have any influence over anything. I wouldn't have been able to hurt a single person professionally. Like if somebody would have come out and been like, this guy's a this and this, I would not have been able to do anything to them in 2018. I was a nobody. Pouring Rain says, I was there, it was easy to meet you. Yeah, I mean, even in 2019 was the last event that I went to. It wasn't E3, it was the GCX or whatever. Even then, I didn't have people like lining up. Even then, I still wasn't. Everything happened in the first half of 2020. It was absurd growth. It was absolutely absurd growth, and it was unexpected. I never thought it would happen. Because the directory lead position got overtaken, by somebody else, and it was like I didn't offer what that person was offering as far as like the style of humor and the content, and then slowly but surely things kind of slid my direction. And I think it was just the COVID effect. It was the vibe of the channel. It was like a podcast. It was Q&A. It was very community driven. So it just became unstoppable. It was like I could not be unseated. It was hard to unseat me in the number one position, and it happened really quickly. It was about a month. It was about a 1 month period where all of a sudden the tide turned. That's why it was constantly listed as a reason. He was always at the top of the directory. That reason got listed like every time it was talked about, as if that was a problem. Which again is a self-report. It means it was talked about in private. It means it was a frustration point for people that I was at the top of the directory. You see what I'm saying? Like if you analyze it after the dust is settled and you just kind of look at what was stated, there's so many things along the way that are very clear self-reports about what was going on. Like, why on earth would everybody care about that? Why would they care that this guy's at the top of the directory? Why would that be a problem? Right? Why would this be discussed, privately? It's not hard to figure out. 20 people came out to see when one of those cats out here can't even get a t-shirt off. That's not being a nobody fan, just saying. You know what I'm saying, though. I was not of significance where I could harm somebody professionally. even now, the notion is absurd that, like, if somebody does something bad, you can't go after them because they'll use their influence to squash you or whatever. Like, in that community, it was definitely true. It was 100% true. I stood in a dude's house, and he was like, yeah, that girl's blacklisted. She's not going to be included in anything. Like, they 100% did that. They would blacklist people. They would flex their muscle in that way. They had a partner manager that they would work with to get people not allowed on front page, to get people blocked from partnership. I was there for these conversations. I freaking stood there and listened to them. So it's like, that fear about, like, oh, this person could ruin my career, that fear was not for me. I was not in the position to be able to do that. That, again, is just transference. I was not the one with that power. I was not the one with that ability. There were people that did have that ability, and they flexed it all the time. Lono offered discussion content when seasons Worthy offered very little in-game content. No one wanted to play and watch people play, but they were happy to talk to you too. Yeah, it would be like, we always called it group therapy. It was like Destiny group therapy. It was like everybody was kind of unhappy with where things were, and it was just a place to hang out and, like, vent, you know. When someone said the blacklist comment, how did you respond? Did you call them out? No, because they were in control. And it was like, if I that was probably the biggest mistake that I made, was I thought I had to play ball, and I regret doing that. I think that should have been a red flag the size of a Mack truck, that I should have put distance between myself and these people. But I rather selfishly thought, if I can stay on the in crowd, I can grow. Right? That is one of the biggest mistakes I ever made in my career, was thinking that I'll push my conscience to the side and I'll get close to the inside group or whatever, and then that'll be good for me professionally. I remember telling my wife, I was like, this is going to be a big opportunity. If I can be a part of this group, it'll be an enormous opportunity for me, because that's all that mattered to me. This is pre me coming back to my faith. This is pre me living a life in the light. All I cared about was my career. I was willing to sacrifice my conviction about that. I set that to the side, and I should have been vocal and been like, I don't think that's cool, man, and I should have distanced myself. But I absolutely had an idol, and my idol was my career. That is all I cared about, was being successful with my Twitch channel. That's all that mattered to me. I sacrificed everything for that Twitch channel. Everything. I sacrificed time with my family. I sacrificed family trips. I was very much not present in my marriage. I wasn't present as a dad. All that mattered was the Twitch channel. That's all that mattered. And it made me make a lot of dumb mistakes. And that's one of the mistakes I made. You know? As long as you thought it was beneficial for you, you were okay with that behavior. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Well, again, I'm saying that it was a terrible choice that I made. It was a mistake. It was a lapse in judgment. It was a lack of integrity. Like, a man of integrity would have said, I'm not cool with that. I'm not cool with you, like, leveraging your power to hurt people professionally. I was motivated by fear. It was like, well, they'll do that to me if I say anything. Right? Look at the power this person has. I'm not going to cross this person. What the heck? You know? I'm not going to cross this person. They could ruin me. This is how I'm providing for my family. You've got to remember, if it's your source of income, it's extremely hard to be like, I'm going to risk financial ruin to do the right thing. Or I can kind of set that to the side and be like, well, I'm not doing it. They're doing it. I'm not partaking in this. You know, I'm not partaking in this. It's them. You know, I'll push that to the side. I'll just kind of get in and I'll just go along to get along. It'll be good for me professionally. That's why I never talked about anything like publicly when stuff was going on. Like when there was private attempts to spread the lies when the thing happened in 2018. I didn't tell anybody because I was like, I was like, this is how I pay my bills. I was like, I can't do that. I can't detonate my life and my profession to go against these people. They got strength, they got power, they got influence, they've got connections. You know? Not only would they have done it to you for calling them out, they would have turned on you when you pulled away. Probably. When you have little kiddos and are essentially self-employed with a family to feed, most people would do anything for success. Yeah. That's the thing missed here, is you removed yourself from that group, and that was a key in why they harmed you. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. So from 2018 to 2020, I removed myself from any of those being around that group because I kind of saw what the reality was. I saw that it was like a very toxic, very dishonest group that would ruin people, that would spread lies. And I also went to therapy. So from 2018 to 2020, I was in therapy basically every week or every other week, okay? Because I was living in an uncontrolled way. I was living in a very self-destructive way. Wasn't good for my family, wasn't good for my marriage, wasn't good for my kids. I was headed towards destruction, like utter destruction. Early 2020, I basically come back to my faith that I had walked away from, and I completely changed my life. So from early 2020 all the way until June when everything got detonated, I had basically gone through a pretty significant transformation and had even tried to like correct things, but nobody would let me. I wasn't allowed to like apologize or whatever. And I was very vocal about the fact that I had been in therapy and that I had been trying to better my life and had been trying to be a better person. From 2018 to 2020, I was always very vocal about the fact that I had been in therapy and that I was trying to do the right thing and be a better person. So that was obviously ignored. Like, that doesn't matter, because what was motivated by what happened was not, oh, he's this bad person, we have to take him down. It was, he's at the top of the directory, he got verified, and he's getting all these sponsored deals. So it was 100% professional motivation. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no other way to skin that cat. That is all it was about. Anybody paying attention could tell, man, this guy's been in therapy. This guy's trying to better himself. Maybe we should reach out and try and fix this privately. Maybe we should try and have a conversation with this guy privately. No, it was, he's being successful and we can't have that. So it's not surprising. It's not surprising that when I went on the defense 2 weeks later, well, we got to silence him because now it's obvious what we did, right? There were clips out there. There were clear misfires where people had messed up the stories. There was falsified timestamps. I had emails. I had pictures. I had evidence. It was like, oh, frick. It's so obvious what we did. And so that's why the guillotine was brought down. Like, we got to silence this guy, take his channel, right? So, yeah. I look back and obviously you have regrets. You're like, I wish I would have said something. I wish I would have stood up and done the right thing. But it's like, you can't do that to yourself. You drive yourself crazy. I made a choice. It was a choice that I shouldn't have made. It was a mistake. And, you know, I trusted people I shouldn't have trusted. I put myself on a self-destructive path of living in a very foolish way, living in a way that was, you know, putting myself and my family at risk. And when I realized I was on that course, I got help, and I changed my life. I changed my, the way I was living. And that was obviously 7 years ago when I started doing that. So anybody that won't champion that or allow redemption or allow people a second chance, when they're willing to do that, when they're willing to get help, pay for help, seek out help, and do it for 7 years, and clearly, I think, put on a display of a change in a different way of living. Anybody that's not going to allow that and be like, no, he's forever XYZ, he's this, he's that, or whatever, I would say there's probably some type of a reason for that. There's like either a deep-seated internal issue. Again, I think some of them have to maintain a narrative against me because they've got their own skeletons that they do not want coming out. So I've always welcomed reconciliation. I've always welcomed people doing the right thing. I've always welcomed, forgiveness and restitution, but I don't think people are interested because it would require a significant amount of admission that I think they probably feel paralyzed and can't do. So, the type of person would have 100% turn on you instantly as soon as you challenge them. You're truly damned if you do, damned if you don't. I didn't mean my questions to sound leading, just asking. I do definitely remember you talking about your journey to therapy at that time. I watched you regularly then. It was a slow process because, in 2018 I started going, and from 2018 all the way through 2019, I was really processing a lot of my own internal issues, my own internal trauma, crap that happened to me when I was a teenager that absolutely jacked me up, and it made me very self-destructive. It made me very unhealthy in my engagements with people. And then early 2020, something happened to me. Something spiritual happened to me that changed me. And I think the timing of that is obviously, very providential, because I needed that to get through what was coming for me in June. The destruction and the grief and the fear and just what it does to your wife. All of a sudden being like, we might not be able to keep our house that we just bought. It's kind of our dream to have this house and our kids in it. It was terrifying. Both of us experience symptoms of PTSD in June and July every year because it's like the anniversary. So late June, early July, she'll start having weird stuff. I'll have weird stuff. For me, it's usually blood pressure or sleeping issues. For her, she'll end of June, early July every year, she'll break out in hives just randomly. Because your body remembers, right? It's she read a book on grief and trauma and how that can actually happen. So every year, it's gotten less severe, but yeah, it still happens to me. It's been 5 years, but it still happens. I think this was the least severe year that we've ever kind of had to go through that. We kind of always just kind of know that late June, early July, that's going to happen. Dr. Flash says, I haven't played Destiny since 2020. I remember what happened. Could have happened to any dude. People just jump to conclusions. Just glad to see you're doing well. Congrats on your hard work and reflection. I appreciate that. Thank you. I always say if God can forgive, I'm not better than him, then I can forgive. And I mean that I read books on it and reflected on it, meditated on it, obviously handled things in my own spiritual way about the forgiveness and the letting go of vengeance and letting go of wanting to, see people get what's coming to them, because I generally think that happens on its own. I don't think you have to will that into existence. I think when folks live in that way, whether or not they're repressing something, or in this case, a lot of it was transference, right? It was somebody who went through something with somebody who did have power and influence, and they couldn't do anything about it. So they, poured it out all on me. They've got to live with that. I don't think I have to really do anything in response. I think that kind of is a self-made prison. That's sort of a self-inflicted judgment to live in that way. So yeah, I think it's really, really hard to get there, because we've all seen the movies, right? We've all read the books, we've all played the games where the guy gets his revenge on somebody. It's usually not that cut and dry and pretty. That's why we like it in movies and books, because that actually rarely happens in life. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the 5-bomb, Alex, over here on YouTube. You the man. That's just really rare that you get this neat little tied bow of revenge. You know what I mean? I know there's people that are wanting there to be vindication. Yeah, I don't. That's going to be that's probably just something that you just have to let go of. It just isn't going to happen. And Alex is going to do a single over here on Purple as well and take it to 16. But then Stone Spire is going to do a single as well. And now we're going to be at 275. I'm sorry, it's 574. And he gives another single, and he gets us to 575. We're now 25 away from the 600. And the member battle is now 137 to 17. Destiny as a game is a gift and a curse. It's how I found your channel back in 2019. All the stuff that you and your family have been through is terrible. I'm glad you have been able to overcome and remain strong. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. Yeah. We wouldn't, and thank you, Stonespire, for another single gifted. We would literally not have made it if it wasn't for the audience that kind of rallied around on YouTube especially and said, you know, we not only like we believe you, but we believe in you. Because like when we got banned from Destiny, that was a harder damage than losing the Twitch channel. In about 6 months' time, we had rebuilt on YouTube, and I was already on pace to get back to where I was. But then when we lost, we got banned from Destiny, which I still don't know why. They've never told me why. When that happened, that was even more significant because it basically destroyed a channel that was on the cusp of 50,000 subscribers. So we basically had to start all the way over. So, funny enough, the individual who was like campaigning for me to have to basically start over and lose everything, that essentially happened. I did have to basically start all the way over. I had to come over. The channel that you guys are watching me right now on YouTube, it was like an offshoot channel that we just used for like variety gameplay. Like I would just come over here to like play games. And so we had like, I don't know, like 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers, and it was like, we got to move the live show over to that small channel. It was like a burn the ships moment. It was like, we either do this and it works, or we do this and it fails, and I'll have to just find another career or something. And so that's why when we started all the way over here, that was like 4 years ago. That was 2021 when we had to do that. A lot of people don't realize that one of the reasons we have to so heavily focus on like memberships and member incentives and member goals is because that's the cards I was dealt. It's like I don't have another option. If I'm going to do this full time, it's got to be fan funded because we don't have the size to be like just sustained by like, oh, upload videos and live stream and the ad revenue will come in. It's like, well, no. A lot of people also don't realize that on YouTube, that's like kind of a stigma to have memberships and all of that. But we have a lot of people that basically came with me from Twitch, and they don't understand that like there's a culture here from the audience that watch me on Twitch that are very, very willing to support directly to keep this thing going. So, what did you play after the ban on Destiny? I don't have like a full-time game that I play. I just kind of play whatever and cover whatever. This year, so from 2021 to 2024, we were largely just reacting and trying to piece things back together. This year, things settled down. I have been doing my absolute best to complete games. So I rolled credits on a bunch of games this year, and I typically have not been able to do that. So I went through my backlog like Plague Tale Requiem, Final Fantasy 16, but I also played smaller games like Nine Souls, Tales of Iron 1 and 2, Ender Magnolia, Death Stranding 1, Last of Us Part 2. I finished this year. So I've been very, very trying to be more diligent about finishing games this year because people were like, well, he's a tourist. He never finishes games. And it's like, I wish some people would just take a second to have some empathy to understand, like, I was trying to put my life and business back together. I didn't have time to just be playing video games all the time. Like, everything got detonated, and we spent 4 years trying to fix it all. Nobody cares about that. They just care about hurling insults and attacking you. So it's like, I took the criticism and thought, that's fair. If I'm going to be covering, the gaming industry, I should be playing games, finishing games, and trying to do game reviews or first impressions at the very least. So, right now I'm working on Death Stranding 2. I rolled credits on Expedition 33. I want to be able to like talk about the game of the year potential between those two titles as a part of my variety coverage. I remember this guy gaslighting on Twitter called Bungie hypocrisy regarding... I don't have any respect for him because of what he did and how he lied and, so many people at that company just use their platforms to lie. It was very, very wrong what they did. Very wrong. It's hard not to see that behavior 5 years ago on Twitter from those employees was very much emanating out from the toxicity in the company. It's almost like cracks in the wall, right? It's like cracks in the wall. It's like just seeping out. Like, that's just so... I've never seen a company do that before. Get like that heavily involved in a cancel brigade. And I feel like what's happening to the company in the game now is all self-inflicted. People call it karma. People call it justice. I think it's just the natural course of things when a company runs itself that way. I just think it's been a very toxic company internally and from leadership for a very long time. You know, I'm excited to hear your opinion on Death Stranding 2's ending. I'm really, really close. I'm super close. I did not beat Assassin's Creed Shadows. I got so burned out. I got to the point where it was basically like the end of the, like that center circle. But then there's all this new stuff that opened up with the Templars and the Assassins. And I was like, I can't play anymore. I was so burnt out. It was such... I played for 30 hours and it felt amazing. From 30 to 40, I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's just too bloated. It's taking too long. And I knew there were other games coming out that I wanted to play. So I had to put it down. And it bummed me out because I was loving it. I was feeling that Ghost of Tsushima vibe. I was feeling that, like, I just love to be in the world. I just love to be on this map. I just love to be doing these things. And I just couldn't do it any longer. And the unfortunate thing was, it seemed pretty cool. Like what they were doing with Yasuke, with the Templars, what they were doing with Naue, with the Assassins. Like, please tell me you did the Ghost Hunter suborder in Death Stranding 2. Ghost Hunter suborder? I don't think I did. I've just been mainlining. I think I'm going to hit the same number of hours in Death Stranding 2 that I hit in Death Stranding 1, like low 40s. It's not a game where I want to belabor the point. The really slow, grindy way to play that game does not appeal to me. I like the story. I like the content loop. I really have enjoyed both games very much. But that grindy thing doesn't call to me. It doesn't. Because people are like, oh, I'm getting 5 stars at every NPC, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that, and the third. It just doesn't do anything for me. I've enjoyed the story and the world and the content loop, but I've never once felt like, man, I really want to grind all these stars. You know what I mean? All right, you guys extended, but I need a break. I'll be right back. I could maybe give you guys the opportunity to extend one more time if we hit 600, but we need 24 more. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Guys on YouTube, do me a favor and smash the like button. We have almost 400 likes, so this will end up being a pretty good past broadcast. That's a good like ratio. I'll be right back. Yo, Melrose Mike, let me add you to the total. 577, man. Thank you. There we go. That's how I play Assassin's Creed now as a tourist every now and then. There were other issues I had with it, though. Yasuke, I think he just... you guys have heard me say this many times. He just should have had his own game. You know what I mean? He just should have had his own game. He didn't fit. He couldn't sneak. He couldn't parkour. So it was like... I watched a review from a guy of the game, and he basically said that you know, he was in a building or like a mission, and like he found something that only Naue could do, or only Yasuke could do. It was something like that. It was in one of those directions. He was like, so I'm supposed to basically leave, switch characters, and come back, because you like can't switch characters on the fly. And it was just, it really, really highlighted like the halting and the bad pacing nature of the game. You know, it was like, here's this thing you need to do. Here's this thing that you can't do as this character. And then so you'd go to do it, and you couldn't. And it's like, well, I guess I've got to switch characters, and and then I'll come back later as another character, instead of just being able to like do it right then and there. Like, there's something about a game that presents you with those things. Thank you so much, Sam Runkle, for 30 months. I appreciate that very, very much. 578. You guys might want to change your usernames if your handles are no longer correct. We're not really sure what happened. YouTube did some kind of a change. And like your handles are, your usernames are now your handles. I don't know. We need 6 more likes on YouTube as well. We need 22 more members to hit the stretch goal. We're going to play a VR game on Friday night where Madam will be on the phone. I'll be on the VR. After that, the goal is going to be a little bit higher, and that will be for Saturday. We will do a stream on Saturday. I will be able to stream longer on Saturday, by the way. It'll be Mario Kart game night. It'll be chilling. We'll just hanging out. I should be able to stream and start earlier, because I think, yeah, my wife's gonna have a thing, so I'll be able to like get my kids set up with dinner, and then I'll just come down and we'll just start hanging out, having a good time. I got lost in the AC story. I killed random guys and didn't know he was supposed to be part of the story, so I didn't get his background story. How'd you do that? I didn't even know you could do that. You killed like a major NPC in the game, like a side NPC that had like a story, like a side quest? I didn't even know that was possible. Isn't coming back as another character the same thing as coming back once you learn the skill? Example, grappling or something? But it's not like that, Saint. Like, the way that the game flows, you'll be in an area and just clearing the area, and then you can't do it with that person. So, like, you got to come all the way back later with a different character. Like, have you played AC Shadows? Like, are you defending it and thinking that that's sensible, or have you not played it? Because if you haven't played it, I would understand why you would ask that. If you have played it, I'm kind of confused why you would defend it. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's well designed. The game is so big and so dense. The last thing I want to do is discover something and be like, oh, I got to come all the way back here later with a different character to do this one particular thing. No, just asking. Yeah, I think if you played it, you'd have a better understanding of why it's just so halting. I mean, I'm kind of attempting to explain it now as best I can. The game is just so dense and so big, it's just not conducive. It's like, I don't want to come all the way back here for a simple trinket or a simple chest. Why can't I just get this right now? Or you'd be going through an area and you're like, okay, let me get all these things. Oh, I need to climb up there. I can't because I'm Yasuke. It's just stupid. it's like, it's not like a Metroidvania or something where you see a wall you can't climb or a wall you can't open. You're like, oh, I'll come back here later, and it's conducive to the gameplay type. Like, Assassin's Creed Shadows is not the kind of game where, like, you're going to come back to this building, this floor of the building, and do this thing as this other character. You're just not going to want to. You're not going to want to. It's not that. It doesn't feel like it's a cohesive way or a natural way to play the game. It feels very awkward. It's like you need to pull a crate, but you're Naue, so now you need to switch to Yasuke to do it. Stonespire says test. Reminds me of DK64. I like to unlock the map before doing the story. That's actually really hard to do in Assassin's Creed Shadows, because there's areas you just can't really do without advancing the story and leveling up. Because you'll be severely underleveled in some of the regions, like if you wander into them. Yeah, you can't. I'm trying to change it, but it's not working. It's no longer displaying your handle. It's displaying your literal username. So some of you guys would make your handle like when Eugene had his, like Eugene wait until or something. If I'd have gone to his actual profile page, it was youtube.com/actsofeugene and then some numbers or something. But his handle was something goofy that he had made up. The new update addresses the unlocking of the map issue. Oh, it does? In what way? Like, what did they change? You can easily change your handle. That's not your handle. You have not changed your handle. That is your account name that you have changed. Like, if I go to your channel, it is literally youtube.com/suckup. Because when I go to your channel, your handle is now... Oh, it is your handle. It's you changed your name to Acts of Eugene YouTube Merchant. And they're no longer showing your name, it's your handle. I understand what they're doing. Okay, I get what they've done. Let me explain. So, a while back, they gave people like myself, YouTubers, partners especially, I think got it first, the ability to have a handle. So my handle is @ReforgeGaming. So youtube.com/@ReforgeGaming or youtube.com/ReforgeGaming. So it basically gave me like a custom URL based off of my username, which is my quote-unquote handle. You guys, for the longest time, have had handles that were basically like your username, John Smith 2215, and you could make your name Johnny Boy. So everybody in chat would see you as Johnny Boy. Well, they've now changed it to where whatever your handle is, that's what it's going to show. So if you go to your profile and you change your handle to Johnny Boy, that's what will show in chat. So they have just changed what you're allowed to show. Now, more than likely, the reason they're doing this is it was really easy to impersonate people in chats. You could make your name Reforge Gaming, make your profile image match mine, but your actual handle or your username could be, Teenage Werewolf 285, and nobody would know that you're impersonating me unless they would click on your channel. But that's the problem, is right now you guys cannot click on anybody's name and go to their channel to see if it's really them. You can't do it. I can, but you can't. Same rules, 14 days. Yeah, so Eugene's going to be suck a blank YouTube for 14 days. I got an email and it was going to be by the start of my email address, so I changed it anyway. Yeah, so right now, you guys need to change your handles to be whatever you want to show up in chat. Which, again, once people get used to it, it's actually a good... oh, you can change it back. Oh, and then you'll be stuck? Stonespire Hall. Yeah, now you look right, Stonespire. Now your name is Stonespire Hall. You're saying you're better than us? No, that frustrated me. I would be in someone's chat. and someone would be saying something, and I'd want to click on their name to go to their profile, and I couldn't do it. I was like, I can't go to their profile just because I'm in the chat and I'm not the channel owner of the chat. Like, huh? I hate that the ad has to be in front. Yeah, that is a little obnoxious. Maybe they'll allow that to change eventually. I don't know. So it's a good change. I think it's a good change once everybody can kind of get acclimated to, you know, changing it so that it shows the right thing. Because some of you guys came in and it was like showing like your actual name because that was your username a long time ago. They converted your username into your handle, and then you guys were changing your display name so that you could like email, your email wouldn't be affected and things like that. So people were changing their display names to things like Acts of Eugene, YouTube Merchant. You know what I mean? Tom Henderson is saying the closed beta for Battlefield 6 will take place August 7th through the 8th. Open beta will run 9th to the 10th and the 14th to the 17th. Pre-orders will open tomorrow after the multiplayer reveal. We're going to have a busy day tomorrow. We're going to have a Nintendo Direct to co-stream and then a Battlefield event to co-stream. It's your, if you guys go to your settings, it's not your name. It's your handle. Can I show them this picture? Yeah, I can show them this picture that Eugene has put in the Discord. This isn't going to like show any of his personal information or anything. This is what you're looking for. This is what it used to show when Eugene would chat. Acts of Eugene, YouTube Merchant. Now it's showing this. Handle. Suck a blank YouTube or whatever. See, and this becomes his profile link as well. Channel URL. So if somebody tells me, hey, can I get an unban Lono? And I'm like, sure, what's your username? I can't find you with Acts of Eugene, YouTube Merchant. I can find you with this. Right? So that's what you're trying to change. You're trying to change the handle. The app bothers me more than anything. Yeah. You guys are just going to have to... You're just going to have to get over it. I have a Z instead of an R now. Wilbuzz. Now it sounds like I'm saying Wilbur's plural with like a speech impediment. I can't believe they let me have it. It's kind of surprising. It's kind of surprising that they didn't trigger some kind of a filter. You know? Handle sounds like trucker CB lingo. It kind of does. In a sea of ats, it looks weird next to the Q. It kind of does, Patrick, for sure. So the handle is more important. The handle is now your name on the platform as well as the link to your profile. Yes. Dick's person's name. Yeah, but suck being in front of it kind of changes it, doesn't it? I don't see Eugene in chat. Oh, you see Eugene in chat. He's the one with Dolman as a profile picture, and his name is Suck a Blank YouTube. Suck a Blank YT. Did you see my last? No. You can handle these nuts. Did you really make me read up? It's like you blocking doors. Like, really? It makes no sense. That was the thing you said before that. Haseo says, okay, here we go. Yes, I did. Hey, could you see my last? Yeah, you can handle these nuts. You frick. YouTube notification came 4 hours late. YouTube was really, really weird today, but we had a really good turnout. So it's been really, really awkward with live streams lately. We'll have some streams just do incredibly well, and then we'll have others where it's like we're non-existent. It's like we don't exist. It's super bizarre. It's super bizarre. But we do need to go to green room, okay? We fall started going to the green room last time because we hit the milestone. Thank you so much again for doing that. Silent Spartan went crazy with a 50 bomb. So thank you for that. We got 400 likes. If you guys want, you can scramble and get us on pace so that all we have to worry about the rest of the week is the stretch goal for Saturday. You guys have already unlocked Friday. 600, you can make Madam and I play. It's a VR game where I got to wear the headset and she'll be on the phone giving me instructions. It should be a really good time. We played Don't Stop Speaking or Keep Speaking or We Explode or something. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, we did that one, and that one was a good time as well. I think my profanity filter is filtering Eugene. Are you on top chat or live chat, AOZ? Because he might not be showing up he might not be showing up in top chat. Keep speaking until we explode or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see him on top chat. I don't see him on top chat. That might be what's getting you. Because are you guys? You had to switch to all chat. Yeah, if I switch to the live chat, all chat. Yeah, now I see him. You don't see him. Found him in all. That's what it is. So yeah, you're going to get filtered in top chat, Eugene. So it clearly knows his name is somewhat offensive. All right. No false starts this time. We do need to go to green room. So, and you guys on purple get to watch green room for free for now. Eventually, it is going to be sub only content. Let's see here. There we go. Now ADJC's name looks right. So it's more than just a name. We don't even really need to go to green room to plan anything, but we do know, because we know what we're doing tomorrow, but we'll still go to green room for those of you that pay for the content. Okay. All right, thank you so much for being a paying member to the channel. Whether you're on the Member Plus or the VIP, it greatly supports what I do. If you're at the tail end of the stream and you're not able to come with us, consider upgrading. For $6 a month, you get into this extra segment every single day. It does support me directly. We are trying to get back to 600 Member Plus and above members, so help us hit that goal. And when we hit those goals, we'll do those fun IRL streams to celebrate. And we are working on an unlock for Friday night, and then after that, we'll be working on a goal for the week for Saturday. So thank you so much for everybody who's helping us hit that goal. I am going to end the previous stream and bring folks over with redirect. Redirect